Hi, Leah. I'm here. It's Puck.
Hi, Puck. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm back on. I had to reboot. So, anyway, I'm here. I'll mute again.
Morning, Puck.
Good morning, Bethany.
Architectural review, and I'd like to call the July 16th, 2021 C-Bar hearing to order. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks, Lowell. I was
Yes.
getting this.
Yes.
All right. So let's get going. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the board regarding an item that is not on today's agenda?
So, Madam Chair, it looks like we have the owner for project number 3 on the line, and then we have Jeff as well. Jeff, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Did you want to make general public comment, or were you here for a specific item?
I'm just here to watch the proceeding.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
All right.
Madam Chair, request to speak.
All right. Thank you, Leah. Agenda status report, Nicole or Leah?
Madam Chair, we do have a change to today's standard agenda. Item number 2 will not be heard today. It'll be heard on the next agenda.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda status report. Can I have a second?
Second.
That was Lowell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. The minutes of June 11th, 2021. Leah, could you put those up? And hopefully everyone's prepared their comments, just as last time. Okay. Nicole, I'm going to start off. The only comment I had, if you could scroll down, Leah. Keep going. All right. Item number 2 there, the Los Alamos Farm Motel. I'd like to reorder the comments. And
Okay.
Leah or Nicole, I'm just going to read you the numbers. Okay, so I'd like 4,
Okay. 4.
2,
Mhm.
3,
Yeah, I'm
5,
gonna 5.
6, 7, and 1. And I think you can take the parenthetical comment out of there.
Out of number
Item
1.
number 1. Yep. Or comment number 1. And then I have no other comments regarding this. Anybody else have any comments?
Can you guys give me a minute? Because
Yep.
what happens when I cut and paste this is it renumbers it all.
Oh,
this is
yes, it
actually
does.
gonna be kind of hard to do. Because once I move it, it's gonna change things.
I-
So, uh,
I do have a comment when you're done, Leah,
Or Nicole.
or Nicole, sorry.
sorry, it's just let's see. 3. Wait, so you want 4 to be 1,
Yeah, I want the concepts of the project and
2 to
restoration.
be 2, 3 to be 3.
Yep. 5 becomes 4.
Okay.
From a design perspective, there's a lot going on. And then the follow-on comment, work to make sure the structures on site work together.
Okay, I think I've got this.
and then move number 1 to the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I've got that. It's just gonna take me a minute to.
Yep.
Get it in.
I tried to
place.
keep it fairly simple.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's just I just have to move it all around in the right order.
Well,
Hey,
then,
While we're giving Nicole a minute, do you think, normally I'm pretty certain about who was there and who wasn't there, but can we just take a look at the attendance to make sure that I got it right? Do you guys have any changes to that?
I don't.
No,
Okay, perfect. Just double checking.
Okay. Okay, Nicole, are you ready, or should we start with Puck's comment?
Hold on one more second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, Puck?
I believe the last comment, is it on the
It-
screen? Can we scroll up?
Well, I just reordered them, so maybe you can
Oh,
read to
okay.
me which
Okay.
one it says.
Okay, let me see. Where is it now? Oh,
The last one was board supports rural design when it comes to drainage, pedestrian pathways,
Yeah.
lighting, etc.
that's the one. I think we should say something a little more specific, like rural design standards for,
Well, I think what you're getting at, Puck, isn't what you're getting at is that we actually said that we supported the lack of the sidewalk. Wasn't that what it, or was it drainage?
it was that we supported providing a more rural option to the public works standard sidewalk.
Okay, then I think that's what we should say.
Yeah,
Okay.
because ADA is ADA.
Yeah. Well, we weren't trying to, I don't think the comment was directed at circumventing ADA, but I think it was commented at, I think it was
Yeah.
directed to not require the full-on curbed concrete, X
Right,
number of feet
they're-
wide
Their standard.
Yep.
Yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah, I just wanted
Okay,
that to be
got
more
it.
specific.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure that there's anything else. Does that it for you, Puck?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Anybody else had any comments? Who was there?
Yes, I
No,
have a
they look
couple
good to me.
comments.
Okay, Cass?
Just mainly, just kind of wording on number 2. I think it might be better to say board is interested to see how the different elements come together.
Okay.
And then same
That
thing.
would have, that's the comment that says will be interesting to see how the different elements come
Yeah,
together.
instead of will be interesting, board is interested to see, or will be interested to see how the different elements come together.
Okay.
And then on number 3,
With care, you can develop a landscape that you want, but it
yes,
also
I would
serves,
say applicant instead of you.
okay?
And then on number 4, the board,
That's the concept of the project and restoration of historic structures is wonderful.
yes, the board appreciates the concept of the project and restoration of historic structures, period.
Okay.
So this is now number 1, right?
Yes.
Number 4. Oh,
Well, it's now we moved
okay,
it.
whatever
Yeah.
number it is.
So what do
Yeah.
you want it to say?
The board,
The board appreciates the concept of the project and restoration of historic structures.
period. Although
Okay,
I
got
would
it.
add appreciates and supports, because I think we did overwhelmingly support the
Mhm.
idea.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Anything else?
That was all. Thank you.
Okay. And Robin said she didn't have anything and Lowell wasn't there. Uh, can you scroll up for a sec, Leah? Scroll to the attendees again. On the first page. Yep, it's just taking it a minute to load.
I
Can
can
you-
read them to you.
Okay,
It says
board. Yep.
Cass, Puck,
Yes.
Bethany, Alan, and Robin, it has as present.
Okay.
And then Lowell and Brett, it has as absent.
Okay, so we do have everybody. All right. Alan, did you have any comments on the minutes?
Can we put the minutes back up where they're bigger?
There's just a white page at the moment because it's not loading.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
There we go. So no other comments, Cass? Everybody's done. I'm not hearing anything from.
Can we scroll down to the rest of them just to be sure?
So
I would just say as a general comment that, say the board appreciates, like number 3 under Blankenship edition, for example, the board appreciates. Just moving forward as a general rule instead of.
sure. Okay.
The board appreciates what?
The design of
the-
walkways.
It
and the
just
trees.
says that there's basically a comment here. It's just a sentence fragment. Appreciate the design of walkways and the way trees are incorporated. And what Cass is saying is, can we make those complete sentences by saying the board appreciates the design of the walkways?
Yes.
So moving forward, it doesn't
Yeah,
necessarily need to be
Yeah, I don't wanna
changed
get
in this
picky, but
iteration.
Yeah, thank you.
Overall, I would like to say that the content, wording, and just the general capturing of the comments, as far as the intent and everything, it's really good, Nicole.
Yes.
So
Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it. It's not easy to get all this. in.
okay, I'm going to move us forward. There being no other comments, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the June 11th minutes as amended.
Second,
That was a second from Puck. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'm going to start sharing the agenda as soon as I find it again. There we go. Okay, so we're back to CBAR informational briefings. Does anyone have any comments at this point?
I do not.
Member recusals. I have to state that item number 3, I will be recusing myself from. Anyone else have anything they need to say here?
no,
Okay. Staff update.
Okay, so just one thing that you all might be interested in in terms of upcoming hearings is on August 4th at the Montecito Planning Commission. And then also at the County Planning Commission, there's an extension of the temporary amendments that were made to the zoning ordinance in light of COVID-19. So there were some changes made to the ordinance that they allow things like those parklets and things like that at restaurants. So that's being extended on August 4th.
Okay.
At the PC and MPC.
And how long, is it an open-ended extension or?
I don't know. I just see that it's on the agenda. I don't know if there's a staff report available yet, but I know that it is going to be extended based on this.
Okay,
I just had a quick question. I can't remember what it's called, but the agricultural development plan that is sort of being generated.
Yep.
With possible farm stays and things. Will that get to a point, or is BAR being considered for that those types of development? Or will that fall under ag exempt buildings?
I'm not sure. I think that's would be a question for long range planning staff. I'd be working on that. I can see if I can find out if that's been determined yet from long range planning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the question is, will farm stay structures require BAR, basically?
I think it's, that's the succinct version, but I think Puck's question goes to, are they even thinking about it? And what kind of an impact would that have on the BAR and, or, if there's, what kind of, what benefits would they expect to get? And have they talked to any BARs about what the BAR could bring? I'm kind of
Yeah.
inferring there, Puck, but
Yeah, but like, would Hillside Ridgeline apply to those structures, or would, just like the Gaviota Coast Plan, would we have any input on this kind of potential development?
Okay. Yeah.
and how
I'll
it
ask.
would impact the BARs.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll mention that to them to see if it's something staff has made a determination on or has been considering.
Okay, so item 7, V11, CBAR discussion items. We've all been itching very much to get to this, but since I think this could be a long-ranging discussion, I'd like to ask the board if we could go ahead and move through 8 and 9, the consent and standard agendas, and get those out of the way, and then come back to this item.
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
And then Bethany, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. There's a meeting that I'm supposed to go to at 3 o'clock. So as we progress through the hearing, if it looks like we're gonna go past then, I might
We
need to
aren't.
try and see. Okay. All right. Thanks.
I have every intention of making lunch. So let's go ahead and start with the, there's no consent agenda. Let's do the standard agenda. Leah, do you need a motion from me to kind of to put this, to postpone this discussion within the hearing?
Think so. I think that's just a housekeeping issue.
Okay, all right.
If you'd like.
Nope, I'm good. Standard agenda, item number 1, 21 bar, 61 Adamson Ranch, new single-family dwelling and swimming pool. Leah, I'm assuming you've already talked to the applicant and we're ready to go.
We're ready to go.
Okay. So Leah, go ahead and get that set up. Get them sharing.
All right, Anthony, you should be good to go.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much. My name is Tony George, Anthony George, with George Architecture. Our office is here in South Pasadena. Just very briefly, I wanted to go over, just introduce myself a little bit. I don't know, it looked like there may be some members of the board that are present today that weren't the last time we presented.
Mr. George,
Yes.
you need to start sharing a screen so that we can be looking at some plans.
Okay.
Somebody does on your team.
somebody needs to unshare first.
I,
That's why there you go.
you would kick me off if you start sharing, so. Thank you, sir.
No problem. So just briefly, a little bit about us. I've been a design review board chair for the city of South Pasadena for 7 years. I was on the planning commission for the city of South Pasadena for another 7 years. Our client, the Adamsons, we've enjoyed having them as clients for roughly 20 years. And we've done a broad variety of projects together, residential, commercial, single family. We've done some industrial projects, retail projects. They are, I would consider them an ideal client. Some of the revisions that we made to this project since you last saw it are, in my opinion, indicative of why they're such good clients. And if I can, I'd like to just get started and show you, review a little bit the project, but also show you what changed between our last submittal and this submittal. So I'm going to be popping back and forth between our two plans. This was our original submittal that you all reviewed last time several months ago, and this is our revised submittal. What I'd like to do is review very briefly. This is our title sheet. So these are the, hold on one second, excuse me. There we go. So these are the revisions that we made since the last plans that you saw. We're raising the second floor top plate of our project by 1 foot, essentially giving us a 9-foot second floor top plate. That raises the overall building height 1 foot to roughly 24 feet 1 7/8 inches. We did that to allow us to raise, sorry for my misspelling here, raise the second floor windows to an 8-foot plate height from 6'8". We're rotating the building 4.13 degrees from where the original barn was located in order to align the north and south faces of the building to our north and south property lines. We're also relocating the driveway to the east by roughly 60 feet. I'll go through that in a second. And we're constructing a new entry gate and new entry arrangement. Our previous design this represents the existing barn, which is now demolished. So part of what we did in this set of drawings was, even though there is currently no existing barn there, we wanted to orient the project and let you see the project relative to where that barn originally was and what some of these revisions are relative to that existing barn. Anybody that's gone by the site, you can see the barn from the street. You can see where it's nestled into the hillside. And I just wanted to orient the project relative to this existing barn. So we are rotating the building square to our north and south property lines. And that point of rotation was right here. So what that did was push, well, I'll show you. It's probably better to show you this in an elevation view. Give me 1 second. So these are our setbacks. And these are the affects of making either the rotation or its placement relative to the existing barn, which is gone, but we still want to show what the difference is. So these are the differences between the original setback of the barn and the proposed setback of our building, which includes a covered porch. So we dimensioned all of our setbacks to the covered porch. These are our south setbacks, front setbacks, and rear setbacks. Nowhere are we at a critical dimension, meaning we're well within setback requirements. And just as a general comment about this project, I think any client, I'm going to say about 90% of my clients that would come to me to design a new residence on a project or on a site such as this, they would probably try to locate it up on top of the hill where you have a more magnificent view. Our client has decided to maintain the existing siding of the barn. And actually, the more time they spend there, the more they appreciate what this property is, and that is the ideal location to place a structure. And I'll show you how they're even pulling off that relative to our new driveway location. A difference between our previous submittal and our proposed submittal is we've added some additional items that were not on the previous submittal. So we have a cistern that's being fed by a well and pump. And the lines that come up to the cistern back into the house. And I don't think that was on our last submittal. Our driveway location, originally or currently, there's a gate here, and the driveway runs something like this. And we're proposing a new driveway, demolishing this gate and putting in fencing to match what's already there, basically closing this off and putting a new gate and driveway access to the east, and then running our driveway on the other side of this row of trees that we're keeping, developing a hammerhead and parking. These are all the drawings for the existing barn. We kept them in there just so that you could see what was there. Here's our proposed floor plan, second floor plan. I'm going to say within reason, none of this has changed from your previous submittal. The only change is, if you have a keen eye, is that this is now angled because we rotated the building, where before it was, they were much more square. These elevations we kept. Again, the existing barn is gone, but we did want to demonstrate the relationship of this new structure to the existing structure. And we kept the view essentially from the same spot as this elevation. Essentially, this view has the same angle. This view is parallel to the existing barn, and so therefore the structure is rotated slightly. And you can see what the relationship is between the existing barn, existing structure, which again is gone, and what we're proposing. Here's our west elevation up against the hillside. North elevation. And south elevation. This is facing Alamo Pintado. But we also included square elevations showing, standard elevations parallel to the faces of the building. So we have our south elevation, west, north, and east. The materials are all the same as our previous submittal. I'll go through our materials board. We're proposing hardy plank siding in a pewter color, nice warm gray, dark gray. We're proposing Marvin clad windows and doors. And by clad, I mean that they are aluminum clad wood windows and doors. We're proposing that the color of the cladding be ebony or black. We have a rolled roof portion of relatively flat roof over both porches that we're proposing to use a dark color rolled roofing. And then our asphalt shingles are nice deep 40-year nice deep profiles. Our lighting, we're proposing LED warehouse lighting. Everything that we're proposing is downcasting. And I hope this gave you the information that you need. It's a little hard to read on screen here, but hoping that we gave you what you needed for your data for lighting. We're very sensitive that we don't want this project to cause any additional light pollution up in the area. We understand that. Tile paving. We have some exposed framing, exposed rafter tails, exposed tongue and groove sheathing, beams. We propose that they be in a dark oak brown color, Cabot stain. These will be solid body stains, which means there's a lot of pigment in them. It's maybe one or 2 degrees of transparency from paint, but you still get all the qualities of the underlying wood. We have some metal proposed for the project, steel columns for our beams, steel guardrails, steel stringers for stairs. That's proposed to be in a dark color, dark black. And then for the entry gate, we were proposing a slump stone entry in this color. We provided some additional details for the project so you can get a better feel of what we're proposing architecturally. We have eave detail, guardrail detail. Actually, the project is very simple. It's very well crafted, but it's a very simple structure. So there's not too much detailing going on with the project. And then let me just come up to our renderings. So if I can very briefly. So this is how we see the hierarchy. Board and bat siding. Trying to get in the same chroma, the same color range, not as brown, more gray than what's there now, but still board and bat siding. Composition shingle roofing. Here's our flat roof. You probably won't see much of that roof. Steel columns. Wood beams. Tile. Any metal is black. And then our aluminum clad windows and doors. Lighting. And although this is just computer software, this should feel very nice and comfortable in the evening, all downcasting. And I think that's it.
All right, members of the board, do we have anybody that have questions for clarification? Before we go to public comment?
I have one question. Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Cass.
Thank you for this presentation. Do you have any pictures of the original barn?
I do. They're on our cover sheet.
Right there that you're
PR
pointing at?
PR01, correct. They're in the lower right corner.
Okay.
So this is a south view, east facing Alamo Pintado, and kind of north showing part of the eastern exposure. It was very difficult to get a western view just because of the hillside in the back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
I have a question.
Okay, Puck,
Could you go over the siding again one more time?
Robin, I'll get to you in a sec.
Go over
Thanks.
what?
The siding, the material and color of the siding.
Talk about the
Yes.
hardy.
It's
So-
hardly,
So hardy plank siding is a,
We know what it is. She'd like to know
yeah.
where it is on the building, I believe.
and
okay.
the type, I got a little lost on. Is it all board and like a faux board and bat?
it's all of this. It's
Yes.
the whole building.
Okay. And is
it's-
it? Go ahead, Puck.
Go It's a faux board and bat, or is it butt joint? I can't. I mean,
Well,
what is
the-
it supposed to simulate? The sheets.
Yeah, let me give you a side elevation here. So the boards themselves come in 4x10 sheets, 4 foot by 10 foot sheets. They're roughly a ½ inch thick.
Right.
And
We understand that. We'd just like to know, are you trying to create an effect that's board and bat, which is what that looks like?
well, it is, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay.
So you have 4 foot by 10 foot sheets of siding. I'm just going to draw a few here. So that means that you have to have at least a bat joint here at the 4 foot points. And then we're adding maybe 3 or 4 more. I haven't counted, but whatever this is showing.
So the succinct answer is board and bat.
Well, it is board and bat.
Thank you.
I almost want to say it's not simulated. It's
Right, because you're adding an actual bat to it. We understand that.
And
So-
so
And if you want to look at our details, this is showing how they work, how
Yeah.
the board and bats work.
oh, that's fine. And then I just had a question about the lighting. There was one illustration on your cut sheet that showed a bulb extending below the fixture. And we want to make sure that that is not used because that is not allowed in the night sky ordinance.
I think that I had a similar question. Can you zoom in? Yeah, keep going. So you're using that one right there with
We're
the
using
bulb
this-
completely up in. Okay.
That's correct.
I just didn't want there to be any confusion about
No, I got it.
the actual fixture. Okay, thank you.
With regard to the lighting fixtures, can you go back to your squared elevations and show us where on the elevations you have those fixtures located? Yeah.
One, two, three, 4.
And this is the south elevation, correct?
South elevation, correct.
All right. And then the next elevation, please. This is the west,
This is the west up on the hillside.
right?
So we have 2 up on top, up on the deck. We have 2 on the corner here. And
That's the one,
these-
and the one that you just marked to the right, that's the one that's shown on the south elevation, right?
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
and that's shown on the,
And these will
North.
all show on the south.
right. Can we go to the next elevation?
Yep. So here's the north. So these are square to the elevation. These are hanging off the other side.
Okay, and then the ever popular east elevation that faces Alamo Pintado. Okay, all right, that's, let me see, did I have any others? Oh, and do you have a landscape plan?
We do?
And it was submitted?
Yes?
Okay. Okay, can you zoom in a little for me, please?
Sure. We're essentially proposing buffalo grass around the pool, and then coyote bush in the more open areas.
Okay, can you scroll down just a wee bit so I can see the plant list there?
Yeah, sorry, let me get out of my markup.
No worries. Okay.
And then we also have
Okay.
irrigation and your WELO table.
The reload table. Perfect. And I'm assuming you're in compliance.
I'm sorry?
I'm
Yes.
assuming it's in compliance.
Yes.
Okay. And the gate details.
We were asked to remove those because the gate is not part of this review.
You're not building it as part of this project
I'm going to need a little help on this one.
from
Brett,
the
do you want to
planner.
come in on this?
Hi, Bethany. Yeah, so the gate would be exempt from a planning permit. So, yeah, we decided that they didn't need to come before CBAR, but.
Okay. Well, we look at the project in its entirety, and even if the gate is to match existing, it's very typical for us to see entry monument details. That's part of the project.
Well, we submitted that as part of our submittal to you, and we were asked last night to remove it.
I understand your position, sir. Let me get a little more information from Tina here.
Yeah, so I do have those details and I've had them and I've had a chance to review them and determine that they're exempt from a planning permit. So, I mean, if it's okay with you, we can show them to you now.
Yeah. Well, you guys are usually the big ones who don't want us to show anything. And then we also have what's been available as for the public to view.
Okay.
And so what happens is, now we're dumping in something new and the public has not been able to review it. So
Okay.
we literally can't do that. But typically gates and all of that are very much a part of the project. And especially given that the applicant stated that they were using a different material on the gate. There was some discussion of the some kind of the wall material, I think, from the material board, if I understood correctly.
Okay, so we're
Well,
happy to bring
actually,
that.
if I can interject here a little bit, this does put us in a difficult position because we had all that material submitted and you would have had.
Well, I'll get to that in a second. If you could just explain how the gate works, where your materials are on that gate, if you want to zoom into that area that you've got there.
Bethany, could I ask Tina something real quick?
Yes.
Tina, were these plans uploaded? I think the architect just said that. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of echo. That they changed the plans last night.
So
that would mean that they actually were uploaded with the gate prior to last night.
yeah, they were uploaded with the plans last night and then I swapped them out after talking with my supervisor about it.
Okay, so Bethany, I think that actually
We can look at them.
we can look at them. And then
All right.
Tina, I just want to remind you that we shouldn't be swapping plans out that late because that doesn't give the VAR or the members of the public adequate.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
but-
So
Yeah, in
We're
the
good 'cause-
future,
Yeah.
in the future, I think, Tina, if you guys need to make a swap on your end, then you need to let it stand as what's been submitted, and then you need to have the discussion at the BAR about why something is no longer a part of our purview, so that we're aware of what's going on, and so are members of the public. Because if I hadn't asked this question, this wouldn't have come up. We'd have all been going, yeah, whatever. And that's a little underhanded, quite frankly, or it has the appearance of it. So if this is the set, Mr. George, this is what we're looking at on the screen is what you had submitted and what Tina had uploaded to Box for public review, I'm assuming.
So I would need to, I can share my screen showing the gate plans, if that's what you want to do, but they're not in the Box file right now. That was changed out last night.
Okay, well,
Can I
but
ask a
was this,
question?
yeah, Mr. George?
Alan,
Oh, it's Alan. Yeah, Alan, sorry.
to me, it's very easy. Is what we're looking at and working on now, was it available to the public 72 hours in advance?
Yes.
Okay, then let's look at it.
Okay.
It's on the screen right now, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
Mr. George, could you walk us through that gate plan you've got on the screen real quick? Mr. George? I'm not hearing anything from the applicant. Could the applicant please walk us through what we're seeing? I'm assuming that this is your plan.
Sorry, I had myself on mute, I guess.
Okay,
So on our site plan, again, this is the original
right,
location of the gate. And this is our new location.
okay. Can you show
What
us
we're
that?
doing, what we're doing is pulling the entry gate at an oblique, a slight angle, essentially to point the gate to the house so that when you drive in, you're actually able to see the building. We have new wood fencing that matches the existing fencing that's on the property right now. We have masonry radius entry walls, and then the gate itself. And again, that leads us to a driveway and our hammerhead. Let me pull up the elevation.
Please.
So this is a view square to the fence or square to the gate. So these are our combination of existing and new wood fencing that surrounds the entire property. The wood is terminated in a pilaster, then a radius portion, slightly taller pilaster, and then radius metal gates, 16-foot opening. Zoom in a little bit. About 6 foot 6 inch tall is the apex of the gate. Pilasters are at 6 feet. The lower sweeps are at 4'8".
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all of my questions. Do any members of the board have any other questions?
Bethany, yes, I have a couple more I forgot.
Okay,
And looking at
and
the-
Robin does as well. So if you
Oh,
could
well,
be expeditious.
let Robin go first.
Robin?
Mine were the gate and lighting, so they've been addressed.
Funny how that worked. All right,
Beautiful.
Cass?
Okay, and then, so the material colors, is this a natural block, or what exactly type of block is that? And then what is the color of the gate?
It's slumped stone. So in our color and materials, we did include the slump stone call out. It's La Paz, 4x8x16. And
then the material on the gate.
is
What's that made?
metal. And so that's, oops, sorry, I was right there. So that's this material. So anything that had MT on it as a keynote, that's what the gate is.
So it's
Okay.
black.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sometimes these drawings, of course, as you can understand, are very tiny, so it's hard to see them. And
Okay.
then one other thing was, could you just go over the height differential, the overall height of the building versus the height of the existing barn?
Sure. Let me do this. I'm going to stop sharing my computer model, and I'm going to go back to our submittal.
For clarification, what you were showing us was what was submitted
Correct.
and not anything new. Okay.
Correct. So here's probably the best way to demonstrate the difference between the height. On the existing barn, our second floor top plate was 8 feet, and our building height was 23 1.5. And our proposed building height, we raised our top plate by 1 foot to 9 feet, bringing us 24 1 7/8. I'm saying that's because we added half a sheet of plywood to our roofing for shear value. That's underneath the tongue and groove, or underneath the composition shingle. So essentially, we're 1 foot higher than the existing barn.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
And then finally, and I don't know, I kind of looked to our landscape experts here, but just wondering, the landscape plan did not appear, unless I was not seeing it correctly, to show the driveway, because I think you put the driveway on the other side of that line of trees. Is it?
Correct.
Am I not seeing this correctly?
Yeah, we did not modify the landscape plan because the area of the landscape landscaping doesn't change. We're still terminating. The extent of our landscaping is here.
Okay, so I guess I'll leave that to the landscape experts, how they would feel about the new driveway and any landscaping relative to it.
I think we can save that to the discussion.
Okay,
Okay.
that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yes, I had one question.
Lowell?
Is there any lighting at the front entry gates?
Right now, we're proposing none.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And before we go any further, Alan and Lowell, who's voting?
I think it's Lowell's turn.
Okay. Thanks, Alan. All right. Leah, do we have any public comment?
I do not have any requests to speak.
Okay, Mr. George, if while we're talking about, when we have our board discussion now, I'm going to open it up to the board. If you could continue sharing your screen just in case there's a question.
Okay.
It'll make it easy for us to pop over to whichever thing we need to talk about. Thank you, sir. Members of the board, who wants to start off? Come on, don't make me pick somebody.
Okay, I will start if you like. This is Cass. I think this is a really nice project. I appreciated it last time, and I think it's nice. My only concern is the color palette seems very, very dark. So I'm a little concerned about that, especially up in the valley where it's so hot and getting hotter every day. So I just would bring that up, and perhaps, you know, for the applicant to consider maybe a little bit more contrast. The existing barn looks to be lighter in color, so possibly there's an opportunity to do something a little bit lighter and maybe still contrast it with your dark windows. I appreciate the dark wood for the beams. So I think that brings a nice element to it. So I just bring that up for consideration. And my other issue is about the lighting. I think there's too many lights. I would like to see there just be much fewer of them and just put them around where they're required at the doors and not running around the full perimeter of the building. Just to really appreciate at nighttime, just appreciate the darkness and not accentuating the building so much. So I believe that's all
what you
I have
got.
to say. Yep.
Okay, Puck?
Yeah, if we could go just to, well, these are just general comments about the landscape. That just seems like a lot of Baccaris, but you know, that's their choice. But typically when, since you're moving the entry and repairing the old entry, any disturbed areas are typically replanted. And I just wondered, when you say it's going back to existing, what, could you clarify what that is?
Let me make sure I'm unmuted here. Surrounding the property, immediately adjacent to the existing building, essentially is DG. And where we would not have planted landscaping, we would propose that would remain DG. If you want us to indicate as such, I have no problem doing that.
Oh, okay. And at the entry gates, is there any planting at all, or are they just
We weren't planning on putting any planting there. The only thing we would be doing is putting in, you know, driveway. But no, we didn't want to put any additional planting there.
Okay, so it'd just be your typical weed abatement along Alamo Pintado.
Correct.
I only have a couple comments on the project. The current elevation, or the old barn, which no longer exists, did not have windows on the second floor.
Yes, yes, it does.
Well, but were they used at night? I don't think so.
Well,
I know.
Am I sharing my screen right now?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I know it was a hayloft.
Right, but it was a second floor. It was unfinished on the inside, meaning it was wood studs, but there were aluminum sliding windows on the second floor.
I'm talking about the elevation facing Alamo Pintado,
There was no window there.
and there is a window now.
Yes.
So in terms of night lighting, I was just wondering if there's anything to how that is mitigated, or I guess it just seems like that there'll be a fair amount of spill from there, but that's it just, that's a big difference from what the barn is right now. I do like the proportions of the windows and everything about it. It's just, it's just more windows. The other thing is, I just think it looks like, and I think you've done a really good job wanting to keep a barn vernacular for the new structure that really echoes the old existing barn, because it sounds like the clients really love that old barn. And it seems to me that the gate treatment is very disconnected. It looks more like sort of estate, something a little less rural than it doesn't look like an entry to a barn or an agricultural property. It looks like an entry to an estate. And I was just curious why the direction of the gate sort of went that way when there was so much attention paid to barn detailing on the structure itself.
Is that a question for us?
Yeah.
Let me go to the site plan.
I am not talking about the alignment. I'm talking about the materiality, and that it doesn't feel like an entrance to a ranch, as
So
opposed to the state.
Our reason for the materials was we did want to create it's part of the reason why we pulled the gate away from closer proximity to the house. We wanted to develop a way where we could get some turning space here, or side, what's the word I'm looking for? Bypass space, and gracefully find a way to introduce a curve into our 16-foot wide driveway. We chose masonry because, and chose slump stone because of that ability to create a solid curve rather than an angle, a solid curve. The slump stone is, in our opinion, much more rural and country, or whatever word you want to use for it, than regular masonry. So relative to a masonry choice, that's why we went with slump stone. We went with a natural earth color. And if there's any additional masonry work that we're proposing on the project, for example, I'd like to propose that we use it as part of our enclosure around the pool equipment. Anywhere that we have any kind of masonry in the future, we wanted to introduce that with this gate. So it may not necessarily be board and bat. It may not necessarily be post and rail gate, but we did want to introduce some masonry into the project, still have it open, still have it low, and set us up for any other kind of masonry that we may be thinking of in the future.
Okay, Puck, any other comment?
No.
Robin?
I wanted to concur with both Cass and Puck in regard to eliminating some of the lighting. I think we should only have what is necessary. And then the gate, I think, is not as rural as it could be, and I think it would fit more if it was more rural in nature. And that's it.
Okay, Lowell?
I appreciate the effort to keep the new structure similar to the barn. And I like the fact that the driveway is pulled away from the house to give it more privacy for the house. And I'm okay with the gate. I think it's not overbearing for the property. And I appreciate the fact that the overall use of the property is very limited and concise on a 10-acre parcel. So I think the project is well designed.
Okay, Alan?
I don't have anything to add. I like the project.
Okay. Mr. George, could you show us the cistern? Do you have a proposal for what that's going to be? I mean, is that a pre-manufactured?
No, I don't have any images of it. No drawings. It's a masonry structure. It's already built.
Okay. All right. But you don't have a picture of it.
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what kind of color the masonry is?
Hey, Bethany,
I'm not.
sorry. Brett Jones here. It's an underground cistern.
Okay. Okay. So you just don't see it at all. That's
Correct.
what I was after. Thanks, Brett. Sorry, I didn't know that was my question, but that was.
Okay.
Okay. And you're not, you mentioned something about the pool equipment enclosure. Where is that located? Is that it there, EXT2?
Yeah, I'm trying to activate my little pen here. Correct.
Okay. And so that's going to be, is that an open three-sided structure,
It's
masonry?
three-sided structure, open on the fourth.
And that fourth would be the east side, Alamo Pintado?
Correct.
Okay. And there's no roof, correct?
There's no roof.
All right. And about how tall are the walls?
See if I have it in here. I'd say maybe 3 feet tall,
Okay.
whatever the largest piece of equipment is going to be.
Okay. All right. And is it kind of bunkered in? I'm kind of looking at the, it's a little difficult to understand, but is that your intent?
So I have it as 48 inches high,
Okay.
but
And
it would be whatever the equipment is.
Okay. All right.
And
All right.
there is a slight grade change, but I'll say the reality is it's maybe 6 or 8 inches of
Gotcha.
retaining.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to please go to the elevations. You can go to the squared ones so that we're just looking at the proposal. I'm going to say that since you're here for preliminary and final, this is now where we get into the, why don't you do the next, the east and the, yeah. Let's do our horse trading. The overwhelming balance of the BAR, and this is not an uncommon comment. This is something that happens all the time. And typically we request applicants to limit their lighting, exterior lighting. We all understand, we all make beautiful buildings and we like showing them off, but given the nature of the dark sky and the interest of the community to retain it, yes, exactly. If you could just remove those three. And I think if we look at the north elevation, you've got, usually what we ask is that people remove the ones that, could you remove the one that's closest? Yeah, that one. And BAR, are you okay with the other three, or do we want others off of this? To the right, the little setback under the, yeah, those two are, yes, those two right there. And then you can maybe keep the three that are under the cover. Yeah, those three there, keep those. Can we go to back up to the other elevation you were showing us? Nicole, I'm going fast, so I hope you're
No, that's
taking
fine.
notes.
So let me do this really quickly. So we would also be removing this one. I mean, it's the same.
Yep, it's
drawing.
from the other elevation in that one. Yep.
Those two. We'll be removing all of these.
Right.
And
Could we also remove this one that's right there close to the east side? Yeah.
So
And
Bethany,
and on the left too, can we just keep the two around the door and remove the ones that are on the extremes?
Yep. Just
well,
second.
the only reason why I mean, with all due respect, the only reason why we would like this one is because we have an outdoor barbecue area here. But if it helps us get it through, sure.
I would like to see it gone.
Okay.
Okay. And then matching on the north side. All right, Nicole, you would like us to quantify and locate which ones we're keeping and which ones we're axing, correct?
either that or allow me to state that lighting shall, that as updated on the plans at the hearing today, and have the architect give the planner an updated plan.
Okay, well, I'd like to capture it with words as well, if it's okay with you.
Okay, yeah, so tell me the elevation
Okay,
and then the
so
location
we're
of,
on the south elevation. That's elevation number 1 there. We're removing on the south elevation itself. There are,
or I mean, if it's easier to say what we're keeping, we could do
there
it
are
that
the
way.
2 on either side of the French doors
Yes.
are to remain.
Okay.
Right. On the west elevation, we're keeping the 2 on either side of the French doors on the upper deck.
Okay, hold on. Keep 2 either door on upper deck.
And I think those are the only ones on the west elevation that are remaining. Okay. So, can we go to the other 2 elevations, sir?
Yeah, hold on.
No worries. Okay, so let's start with the north. Let's go ahead and there's really only one beside the French door. Cass, or is it?
Just keep that one that you've got your pencil
Yep.
on.
So we're gonna go, yeah,
That one there can keep.
and the other one on the other
and the
side.
other
Yeah.
one there, and then the 2 extremes go away.
So could you please explain this in words?
Yes, I'm getting there. I'm
Thanks.
just making sure that we're there. So we're gonna say the 2 that are closest to the French doors on either side, 1 to each side of the French doors remains. And all the others go away.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
That's on the lower floor.
On the lower floor. On the upper floor, those are actually on the west elevation. So those are the ones that,
That one stays.
right, because that's actually taken up on the west elevation. Those are the ones that are on either side of the French doors on the deck. So we've already made a
Okay.
note about them.
The
On
east
the
elevation?
east elevation, everything that's actually on the east elevation itself goes. Okay, so I think that takes care of our lighting.
Okay, so if I can just do one thing, when we resubmit this, you're going to see a fixture here.
Yes, I understand that.
But
We
it's
do
the,
too.
well, I just want to make sure that
Yep.
when you
No,
say
we
remove
understand.
all these, okay.
I
All right.
understand, because you're still showing it. That fixture right now is presently showing 4. They just happen to be in a line, and in the future, it'll be evidence of 2.
Correct.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We got it. That's why I said and the actual elevation. Not the elevation drawing, but on the actual north facing elevation, east facing elevation, because that's the only part of the eastern elevation. That's why I was trying to capture from the notes anyway. Okay. With regard to the landscape, it's going to depend. Your Wello, this is just advice. This is not a compliance issue. Even though you're using the Buclo grass around the pool, I think you're going to find that you can't keep it green unless you apply water to it as you would a lawn, in which case you need to have that as a high water use, which is 0.8. And therefore your Wello is not going to calc, I don't think.
Correct.
So you might want to consider that. That's the only comment I have. And Wello will get processed as part of the building and safety. We ask people to show it so that we can make sure that you're prepared. But you know, that's just a comment. So, but I think you're going to need to change that in your deal there.
Appreciate it.
Can you go to the color boards, please? Specifically the second one. That one. Can you, similar as to the lighting, can you, in your resubmittal, please indicate your color selections? I know they're on your elevations and such, and they're on the gate plan, but can you just put a circle around the color and the block you're using? Just
Sure.
to help. That'll help as far as on site as well. For the color boards that are out on site. And let's see, let me just check my other. You got that. The only other comment I have is about the gate, and I think we need to come back to the board for a little discussion here. I understand the point that other board members have made about the fact that it's a different material. I'm less concerned with it. I think I'm kind of angling with Lowell, yeah, especially as it's not right on Alamo Pintado Road. I can understand the desire for the curve, although that's not the way I do it personally, but that doesn't mean it's, for me, a less valid design solution. So to me, it's not as jarring. What's the balance of the concern on the board? Is this a hill you want to die on?
Bethany?
Yeah.
That was just a comment that,
Okay.
I mean, as a standalone gate, it's on Alamo Pintado, it's just fine.
Well, it's
I just-
actually off Alamo Pintado, Puck.
Well, slightly off, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's fine.
Okay.
It just seems very Mediterranean, but that's their choice.
Well,
Cass?
I appreciate, I think it would be better. I mean, it's up to the applicant, but I think it would be better to be just the continuation of the wood fence and just a more simplified gate, I think would be far more appropriate. I appreciate those comments that Puck and I believe Robin, did I get that right? I can't recall now who,
Yes.
but I do feel that would be better. And I think that these little details are very, very important. And it just feels a little too solid and not, and also, I don't know if this word is appropriate, but sort of prohibitive, and the arch of the gate. So I just would like to see it be far more modest and simple. But again, it seems like the board is split on it, but that would be my feeling. I think it would be improved.
Robin?
I agree with Cass on the gate. However, it's nothing that I would require to change.
Okay, Cass, you're kind of the
Yeah,
outlier
no, I
here.
agree, but I hope that the applicant is hearing this and that they
Okay.
might think about it.
Okay, and that's fine.
Can I make one more comment on that?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I'm thinking in terms of in the evening, when a car would pull up, if it wasn't a solid surface there, then the headlights of the car would shine right into the house. And so I think it gives a little more sense of privacy to the house when a visitor or the applicant may come to the residence. So, and also, I've seen this slumpstone block used in lieu of more of a mission style or an adobe block look. So I think it is in keeping with the rural nature of the San Ynez Valley.
Bethany?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I'm not opposed to metal or the slumpstone. I just thought that the gate itself, the aesthetics of it could be a bit more rural. And I totally agree with Lowell's point, but we're talking about something that I really think is up to the applicant. And I think this is here for preliminary final. Is that true?
That's correct.
May I make a motion for approval?
Yes, I would like to add one stipulation though, in the motion that the stipulation of an unlighted gate. Because I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the applicant in not creating extra lighting out there, and I wanted to acknowledge that the gate is currently as proposed is unlit. And if that changes, I'd like staff to contact me to determine that if it's as long as it's conforming and everything. I sure as heck don't want to make them come back, but I would like to make sure that as this moves through the process, if they decide to change the gate, that the BAR at least be notified and allowed to provide some input. So with that, I would actually second your motion. Puck? Is there any more discussion? Anybody have any other comments?
No.
Okay. I'd like to call for a vote on the motion for preliminary final for item number 1. Leah, can you just take a poll real quick? Did we lose you, Leah?
No, I'm here. Lowell,
Aye.
Cass,
Aye.
Alan,
Alan's not voting.
Bethany,
Aye.
Puck,
Aye.
Robin.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Leah. Motion carried. Item number 2 has been continued. I have a conflict, Puck, with item number 3, which is 12 bar 114 McGill new single family dwelling. I'm the landscape architect of record. So Puck, I'm going to ask you to run the meeting until we get to the completion of this item.
All right. Can you pull up the agenda again? I don't have it right in front of me.
We're gonna put those pads on the other legs.
There we go. So we're calling item number 3, the McGill new single family dwelling, which is here for conceptual review of a new single family residence. Is the applicant ready to take the screen?
Yes, this is Angelo Cacciola. I'm the architect for the project.
Great. Are you able to share your screen and begin your presentation?
Well, I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
Host disabled participant screen sharing. Not
All right,
sure what-
try
not
again.
sure
You
what-
should be good to go.
Excuse me?
You go ahead and try again. You should be good to go.
Okay, this will stop other screen sharing. Do you want to continue? I guess I do. Okay, let me make that full screen and let's go to the beginning. Okay, how we doing? Am I doing this right? Hello?
I think so.
That looks
I can see
good.
it.
Okay,
I
so
think I can all see it, so you can start.
you should see the sheet V 1.0. Is that right? With the site photographs.
Yes, that's what we're
That is
seeing right now.
correct.
Okay,
That's
good.
correct.
I think we're good to go. Now there's this black box over to the right-hand side that I'm seeing on my screen that shows the CBAR participants. Does that stay? I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Are you talking about the box to the left?
Yeah, no, it's on mine. It's all the way over on the right-hand side of the screen. At the top of the box, it says McGill Project, and it's got the County of Santa Barbara emblem in it. And I don't know if I can get rid of that. I guess.
Try double clicking your screen to get rid of it.
Okay, thanks. No, they just put a blue line across my screen. Okay, well, I'll go ahead. Now-
We can see the photographs, and if you
Okay.
can zoom in on your maps, if you wish to, that's fine too.
Okay, let me work this out now. Okay, so I'm moving over to the vicinity map that's shown on this picture, and you can see the small box that's over there to the side to show where the site is in relation to Mission 246, Highway 246, and Alamo Pintado Road. Now, I want to jump to my site plan, the architectural site plan. Now that you have a feeling for the location of this site. And I wanted to jump to this. This is the small map that is part of the overall site plan that you'll see in a minute to show the contour lines and how tight they are, indicating how steep the slope is coming up from Highway 246, Mission Drive. And you'll see there's a circle indicating the building envelope that was part of the, I believe it was part of the approval for the tract when this 5-acre parcel was created. And you'll notice that in that circle, the contour lines are much further apart, indicating that it's much less slope. And it's also just about the only clear spot, meaning not covered with oak trees on the property. And so with that, I want to go over to just below that. You can see I've got my overall site plan with the building envelope, and you can see that we're staying completely within the building envelope for the building and any structure. The only things extending beyond that are the a few of the contour lines, which we're slightly modifying to help feather it into the finish grading that we want to propose. And down the lower left-hand corner, you can see that portion of the tract map. It shows the building envelope, the 200-foot diameter circle that was designated as the location to be allowed to build in. So going back to the first sheet, and stop me if anybody jump in if there's any questions about this. I'm going to try to go through these fairly quick. These are the site photographs that were done, and you can see the key on the map in the lower right-hand corner indicating where these photographs were taken from. Again, you can see that the area within the building envelope and slightly beyond it are pretty clear, with the oak trees extending then at the edge of the slope and going all the way down the hill. You can also see that, you know, we have a bit of a view just over the tops of the trees. I might indicate, as you'll see some from the next group of photographs, that those trees also really shield the view of the proposed structure from just about everywhere. So I'm going to go to that next sheet to show our visual simulations indicating what can be seen. Now, the location of the structure that we're proposing will not be visible from Mission Highway 246, coming from either direction, from Solvang or from the east. The only place that there is any clear view of this site is coming south on Alamo Pintado. So in photograph 1, the larger photograph shows without any modification to as far as, you know, a wide angle or anything like that. This is the way it would look to the eye. Within that picture, you can see there's a box, and that's the enlarged portion. And if we enlarge that image, excuse me, you really have to enlarge it quite a bit to see where this proposed structure is going to be. And we have a simulation that you can just barely make out, although it gets pretty fuzzy because of the distance. That is a simulation of the silhouette of the proposed structure. Now, those are simple boxes that we've got to indicate this, but the actual structure will be a bit softer. And in fact, the portion of that structure that's indicated over to the right-hand side is actually a little bit higher than the actual design, but it's there to indicate that it's going to be very hard to see this building coming down Alamo Pintado. So if we zoom back out, we can go to the second photograph. And again, this is, by the way, that first photograph is from the corner of Derminack and Alamo Pintado. Number 2 is from a location just north of Sunny Field Park, which you can kind of see the parking lot of it there, and then the site beyond that. Again, the smaller box within this photograph is what we have enlarged here to try to get a better view of what would be seen as you're coming down Alamo Pintado. Another thing to point out here is that this is not anywhere near the top or crest of the slope or the hill. It's proposed to be nestled into the site, as you'll see when I get into my site plan and site sections. Okay, then the third photograph is back up on Derminack, just at the base of the hill that comes down from the development up on top. And so there again, we've got the overall picture showing it as you would see it with the natural eye. if you were standing there. And then the enlarged portion of that. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, so again, that shows you the minimal impact that we have, and we did study this from all directions. And as I said, since there is no visual impact from any other direction other than up Alamo Pintado, that's what we've focused on here. Okay, so then on the site plan, I have 3 site sections cutting through the building and from beyond the property line to the south. And on the next sheet are where those 3 sections are cut, A, B, and C, and that is here. So at the left of these sections is the property line for the adjoining property, the driveway that runs right along the top of that slope. This is indicating the grading that's necessary to create the pad for the building and the area necessary to be able to maneuver a vehicle into the site. And the first section is cutting through the near the far end of the building, which the section cuts through the garage to the left portion of that, and then to the one of the secondary bedrooms to the other side, right-hand side. And I've indicated the maximum allowable height there. In this particular section, we're well under it. In section B, you can see that we are closer to the height limit, but still within it for the slope of the roof. And here you can see more of the area to the south of the building that's necessary for the vehicular access to the proposed garage. And what we've really tried to do here is set the building so that it is following the contour lines more or less very closely, and that we're balancing our cut and fill in the grading to make any import or export of material practically zero. The height also indicates these other 2 sections, B and C, are to indicate the kind of worst case scenario as far as how close the building gets to the maximum allowable height. Bear in mind that the trees below the proposed structure are again shielding view of the building almost entirely. Now in section C, that's cutting through the great room, which is the tallest part of the building, the proposed building. And here you can see I've indicated a little cluster of oak trees there to the left-hand side that we really wanted to save and keep, because I think that's going to mature into some gorgeous group of trees there on the upslope side and help buffer the view in both directions from the house adjoining to this proposed structure. It indicates the retaining walls in both of these, and in fact, all 3 of these sections, which are going to be a maximum of 5 feet in height. And then to the north side of the property, on the section C, you can see how we are extending a bit of a yard out, but to reduce the amount of fill as far as the extent of it down the slope, down the hill, we're going to include a maximum 30-inch high wall at the edge of the relatively flat yard area. So there is some exterior space for the owners to enjoy. That wall we really want to try to see, and it'll depend on the final engineering with the soils consultant working with the structural engineer to confirm that we can do this, but we feel that it's going to be very possible to do that short wall out of Allen blocks, so that they're the interlocking type of blocks that are fairly natural looking and have a nice texture to them. Moving on to the floor plan, it's got a slight bend to it, again, because we were trying to follow the natural contour line. And in fact, the line separating cut and fill does cut almost through the center line of the length of the building. Okay, the next sheet is our exterior lighting plan and roof plan. And we're using lights on this proposed building that we have used on another project that we did a couple of years ago for the same clients that I think were approved then, and we're probably okay. We really used the previous project as inspiration since the board approved it, and I think I have not heard any negative comments since we built that project, and in fact have heard a lot of great things about that project. So I think we can say that the example that we're trying to follow here is taking inspiration from what I think I would hope that the board would consider a very successful project from a design standpoint. So the lighting, I want to point out that where these lights are, because we are showing now the upper light is a surface mounted wall sconce light, and we're going to indicate those here. If I could get my cursor, there it is. Okay, so we have these stone columns on either side of the sliding doors coming out of the master bedroom. And so we have one on either side of that sliding door, and then one on each of these columns across the north side of the building, adjacent to the yard area. Then I'll stay with those lights for a minute. The only other place we're using any of those lights is here on the two stone columns on either side of the garage door. Then we have a recessed can light over the front porch, and I don't have a spec on these plans for that, on these conceptual plans, but it is a recessed can, and so I think it's pretty apparent that the light will be well up into the can, and so there won't be any light pollution from that. Then these little square boxes that we have in this area, which is a covered patio, are going to be up in the beams in the structure, and those lights are spec'd over here. Again, same type of lights that were spec'd on our previous project, showing that the light source is well up within the box enclosed. Our roof plan, this has the highest portion of the roof is over the great room, which you saw in the section cutting through that area, the highest portion of the building. But all the other roofs around it are all hip roofs, which I like because I think they have a softer silhouette than straight gables. I want to also point out this trellis that we incorporated into this design, which I think is really going to help tie the what I guess would be interpreted by most people, the front of the house, which is where vehicles will enter and come to the front door. And with this trellis, I really think that whatever sort of, and we're not certain yet, but it'll be something like either a bougainvillea or a wisteria type of vine that will grow across this trellis to really help tie the building down to the site and soften it.
Excuse me
Yes.
for this one moment. Are your next pages going to be the elevations?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry if I'm taking too long. I'll get to that.
No, it's okay. I just, sometimes it's easier to understand a roof plan once we've seen the elevations. So,
Okay. Well, that's what
thank
we're-
you.
Sure. Okay, here we go. So now this is the front portion of the building, so to speak. And you can see the front door in the center, the high roof of the great room, the lower roof's all hipped. The garage is that portion to the left part of the drawing. And the trellis that I was just talking about is kind of hard to see because it is just a flat projection out from the edge of the roof, not very far, only a couple of feet, but enough to give us that area for the vines to be able to be supported by. It'll extend from just over that, well, from above that column to the right of the front door, and it'll extend all the way across over to the front of the garage. The stone you see there is one of the columns projecting from the front of the garage. The west elevation is actually on the far side, the back side of the garage, which is not going to be seen much, but regardless of that, you can see that we're incorporating the same kinds of materials even on that, practically invisible side of the building, so that we're wrapping the consistency of materials all the way around the building. You can also, I think it's pretty apparent here what our combination of materials are in that it's going to be the board and batten siding, which from the previous submittal is the same type of board and batten siding that was discussed on that last project. The Hardy board and batten with real battens over at 12 inches on center. Now, I've drawn a lot of the stone in, but there are some areas that I didn't actually draw the individual stones on. And on the west elevation, those walls that are kind of further back over to the left-hand side of that elevation are intended to all be stone. Whatever is not board and batten over in that area will be stone. Here are the other two elevations. The north side showing the entire length of the building with the master bedroom there in the center, kind of projecting out, and a figure drawn in the window just for scale. Again, everything that is not shown as either stone or board and batten will be glass on this side, because this is the area, this is the side of the house where we're really going to capture the views of the Figueroa Mountains just over the treetops. And then the east elevation is the one that will be most visible as you enter the property and see the house. And I'll mention that as you enter the property, there are nice groupings of oak trees on both sides, so that the house is really not even going to be visible until you actually come to the driveway entrance of the property. And the last sheet is showing a lot of the details that were used on the previous project. And again, we're sticking with that theme because it was very successful. While this design is, the floor plan is completely different from the other project, as you can see. I don't know if you remember that other project or not, but it is a completely different floor plan with only a few key elements from the other plan that the owners loved, and that's why we kept those. So I think I'm ready for any questions.
First of all, yes, are there any questions from the board? And then we'll take public comment.
I have one question, Puck.
All right, Cass?
Could you, just the front door, could you talk about the front door and those two lights on either side? Is that door going to be a French door? Is it just maybe talk about how
Right.
it's just shown as an open square right now, a rectangle?
Yes. Yes, we haven't decided on the exact design, but I'll tell you that I think it's going to be a solid wood door with small, at least what I'm picturing at this point. And again, since this is conceptual at this point, we will be pinning down that detail when we come back the next time. But I'm picturing kind of a craftsman style of door with wood panels and then small windows at the top, and then fixed lights on either side of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. I had a question about the roofing material and color.
Yeah, the roofing material will be a standing seam metal roof in Corten steel, so it will have a natural rusted patina. That's it.
Is this project in the same area as your previous project you're speaking about?
Yes, it is. It's the property just to the north. The
I remember it.
Yeah, the original project was actually more on the hilltop to the south, and
yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And do you have an exhibit that demonstrates your ridgeline heights and how you manage the hillside ridgeline requirements?
What I have is the sections that we talked about here a little bit that cut through the in the site. In the site plan, you can see where these three sections are cut and that they do extend beyond the property line on the south and well beyond the extent of any grading work to the north. And so I'll go back to those drawings now. If you can see where section A is cutting through the proposed garage and the bedroom at the far end of the house. And then section B is cutting through the master bedroom, which extends the furthest out to the north, closest to the downslope. And then section C is cutting through the great room. And yes?
I'm sorry, the numbers were so small, I just couldn't read them on the sections before. So
oh, okay.
maybe you could just call them out or
sure. Okay.
show us.
Yeah, so here they are on that site plan, and then let's go to, these are the sections. So this one is the one that cuts through the garage and the secondary bedroom toward the west end of the house. And there I've indicated the maximum allowable height for pitched roof.
Okay.
Okay, then on section B, this is the one that cuts through the master bedroom, which this is the master bedroom right here. And
You're right here. All right.
okay. And that's through the great room.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question, Puck.
Sure. Lowell?
Angelo, can you tell us how tall the retaining walls may be on the uphill
Sure.
side.
Yes. Okay. I have elevations, which are very small, hard to read, I know, but that indicates that our retaining wall on this south side, to help us create this area to be able to maneuver in and out with the vehicle, is 5 feet high. That's the maximum height. It steps down at either end. Then on the north side, originally, we were going to extend the property or the flat area for the yard and patio area, which is kind of here and extending around. This will be paved in stone. This area projects out about, I think it's 14 to 16 feet out from the sliding doors of the great room. And then we're coming out another maybe 15 or 16 feet out to the edge of the flat area. And originally this was going to be the top of slope, and we're just going to slope it down from there at 2 to 1. But that would have extended the grading much further down the hill. Our consultant suggested putting a short retaining wall along the top edge here, no more than 30 inches high. And again, it tapers down to nothing as it comes back along this side. And so by doing that, we were able to pull these, proposed grading lines back from out here all the way back up to here to minimize or to reduce the extent of the grading.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, it does. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
great.
And for fire, I'm assuming that parking area is where your hammerhead would be?
Well, I don't think we're required to do a hammerhead because it's not that far from the road, and there's a fire hydrant right here. So it's less than 200 feet from the building.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment on this project or questions from the public? Hearing none. Oh, excuse me.
I don't have any requests to speak.
Hearing none, we'll go back to the board for comments. This is here for conceptual, so we will not be taking a vote, but rather receiving comments and making a determination if we feel it's ready to go on for preliminary or other actions. Would anyone like to start?
I'll start. I think the design is very handsome, and I think it's very appropriate for the site. I'd like to see when you come back, the applicant. I'd like to see the applicant's color board and also what materials they are proposing for those retaining walls that are fairly prominent on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Lowell. Cass or Robin? Hello?
Do you want to go first?
Sure, Cass, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say, if Robin would like to go before me, I'm fine with that.
You can go.
Okay, I'll go. I agree with what Lowell has said, and I think it's a nice project. I look forward to seeing, filled out with the rest of the stone and also with the lighting shown on the elevations, the colors. Just a comment is that I certainly wouldn't object to if the applicant chose to split up the stone around the building in different ways and maybe have a wainscot in some areas with a board and bat at the top. That might be interesting, but it's completely up to them. I think it's a nice project, and I look forward to seeing it progress. Thank you.
Robin?
I like this project and I do remember the other quite well. And it's quite similar. I like the hip roof, the roofing material and the stone. I think it's a great project. Look forward to seeing more.
I don't have any further comments other than I'm assuming that when you come back for preliminary, that you will have a landscape plan included in the package.
Oh, can I interrupt there? We do have a preliminary landscape or conceptual landscape plan. I'm sorry, I forgot to actually discuss this. But we have given consideration to landscape and things are called out here. You can see from this Google Earth image that this site used to be littered with a lot of abandoned vehicles, and at one point there was even a homeless encampment on site that it was under the previous owner. So all of that stuff that you see in this photograph are gone now, cleaned up. And but here is an indication of our landscape plan. All the graded areas will be hydro-seeded, and we have notes here to indicate what some of our thoughts are. The driveway will just be gravel to keep it as natural and country as possible. We're indicating a drainage swale that will look like a dry creek running across a portion of the front of the building and then dispersing out on the hillside. Ornamental low water use planting running around the perimeter of the yard area. And I think I mentioned the flagstone paving for the areas where you come out of the building. So, and I am certain we'll be developing this a little further, but that's our preliminary concept, our conceptual idea. And so I'm sorry I forgot to go into detail on that.
No worries. I think at this point, those were my only comments. And does the board have any further comments? And what is your, is there any feeling about the project if staff agrees and feels the project is ready? Could this come back for preliminary final, or would you rather come back as preliminary and perhaps final on consent? Any input from the board?
I would suggest that they come back for preliminary and then move, and then from there go to final.
Final on consent?
Yeah, final on consent. I would suggest that.
All right.
If someone else has a better idea.
Any other input to give the applicant? Well, I think the board has consensus that that you've met all the requirements for a conceptual review. It is well suited to the site based on the board's comments, and we'll turn it back to the county. But hearing no further discussion, I would say that we feel you're ready for preliminary with final on consent. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the kind comments. And we will try to provide everything needed at the preliminary meeting, and hopefully the board will feel it's sufficient to grant final at that point. But if not, we'll come back.
Yes, just so you're aware of it,
Yes.
the staff would have to agendize your project for preliminary final.
Mhm.
And that's certainly up to them. And because if it isn't agendized as preliminary final, then we can't grant final.
I understand. Okay, well then, I think unless it's out of line or unacceptable, I think we will shoot for and will request a preliminary final on our next submission.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
So I think that concludes our standard agenda. And am I correct that we'll be moving on to the brown bag discussion?
Yes, Puck, that's correct. Let me just get Bethany back.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was having a desperate battle. My thing was relinking. Sorry, Puck, I'm back. Yes, we are going to the brown bag. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead. I'll share my screen if that's okay. Hold on a second. Oh, sorry, it was. There we go. All right, so I think we have various items in here that we had requested staff to put in. Can everybody hear me, or am I just talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
See, you were all being so respectfully silent. I wasn't sure. Okay. So these are Leah, CBAR comments and questions. Those were the ones that were submitted. That's the compendium of everything that was submitted.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start there. Okay, so these were, I think we should just maybe just read down and kind of go through these and talk about them. And then in the end, maybe we can put something together as indicated by the agenda that we can forward to the joint chairs for consideration. All right, so this is kind of a little free for all. So please, anybody has any comments, just go ahead and you don't need to identify if you submitted or didn't submit. Just please phrase your comments as to, you know, what you want to, what's on the screen and what we're talking about. Just your responses and your thoughts. Okay. Anybody want to start off?
Bethany, this is Nicole.
Yes, Nicole.
I had noticed that there were a couple of questions embedded in the first section there. And so I could answer some of those questions in like under Roman numeral 1, if that's helpful to get the discussion started.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so the conceptual review, that's more of a comment. And then the question of why are all the architectural details required? I would just refer everyone to the specific Board of Architectural Review application. And that lists what is required. And it mostly talks about colors and materiality. It doesn't get into all the details, and you guys could probably answer that yourselves better than I could.
And you're correct. It isn't all architectural details.
Right.
We don't require structural. We don't require a lot of things. We're interested in, you know, to make our findings, we're looking at the aesthetic detailing, I guess you could call it. That's kind of not really a proper term, but it kind of describes what's on the
Right.
exterior of the.
Yeah, and then on the grading plan, is there a minimum quantity that's exempt? Yes. 50 cubic yards of cut and fill is exempt from permitting requirements. However, on the planning side, if we have a project, we do want to see what grading is proposed, even if it's less than 50 cubic yards, if it's gonna, change the site, but officially 50 cubic yards of cut and fill or less is exempt from needing a permit from P&D. Landscaping, is there a minimum amount of landscaping that is exempt? On the zoning side, if a project comes in and they're building a structure, then we would want to see any amount of landscaping that they are proposing if they're proposing it. But if a person is, just doing work on their own in the yard, they don't need to come in, and get a permit from us necessarily. So, but it's not like you would have a house, a submittal for a house, and they're doing landscaping, and they would come in and say, okay, I'm doing a house, but I'm only doing, 100 square feet of landscaping, so I don't want you to even look at my landscaping. It's a package as a whole, just like you guys were talking about with the entry gate earlier. If they come in for the house, we want to see what else they're proposing. Landscaping isn't a requirement on the zoning side, but I know sometimes the BAR wants to require certain types of landscaping. And then there's a question, it says exemptions. Are the exemption different for North County BAR? And yes, they are. I looked that up. And there's special provisions in our ordinance for the North County Board of Architectural Review. And if you'll humor me, I'll read some of that. These are provisions that apply only to the North County Board of Architectural Review. So under exemptions, it says the following projects shall be exempt from design review if they cannot be viewed from the public roadways or from other areas of public use. Landscape screening shall not be taken into consideration when determining whether the project is visible from public roadways. So the ones that are exempt, if they can't be viewed from public roadways, from NBAR are one-family dwellings and commercial and industrial projects not open to the public. Then there's something that says advisory actions. Review by the North County Board of Architectural Review of one-family dwellings is advisory and does not require either preliminary or final approval. And then time limits. The North County Board of Architectural Review shall seek to complete its review of all projects within its purview as expeditiously as possible. Therefore, one-family dwellings shall be reviewed by the North County Board of Architectural Review no more than 3 times or for no longer than 3 months from the date of filing an application, whichever occurs first, unless the project changes or requests for a continuance are initiated by the applicant. And that unless project changes or requests for continuance are initiated by the applicant and require further review. If the North County BAR fails to render its advice within this limitation, then the project shall proceed to the review authority without a recommendation held by the North County Board of Architectural Review. So this is unique to NBAR. It doesn't apply to SBAR, it doesn't apply to MBAR, and it doesn't apply to CBAR. And as an editorial comment, I'll say that I think the reason that this is in here, I'm not sure, the genesis of this, but is because there's a little bit of a difference in the communities and what they desire in terms of level of architectural review in the NBAR area versus CBAR, MBAR, and SBAR. So I hope that answers those questions. And then, if at any point you guys want to see what the BAR applications look like, I can screen share and show you those. There's also an additional sheet with the BAR application that is a site plan / topographic map requirement handout. And the reason I'm mentioning these things and the application is because what I've seen is a lot of the things that you guys ask for over and over again are either already asked for on the BAR application or already asked for on this topographic map supplement. And when there are times when the applicants come in and they say, oh, I didn't know I needed to do that. Well, if they had read the application, they would know that they needed to do that. So when you're forwarding suggestions on, keep in mind that some of those things that you might want to suggest are actually already requirements, and it's more about all of us collectively reminding the applicants to look at the application.
Okay, so then I have a quick question, Nicole. So in the sense, okay, say I walk in and I say, I want to go to the BAR. I don't want to submit a land use plan permit application at this time. I'm just going to do my one try at the BAR. And this is what I want to review. And I turn it in. What's the process? Who reviews it for any kind of completeness, or does it just get passed straight through to hearing support? How does that work?
The counter staff will do, they will look for basic requirements, but they will not go through the BAR application point by point and every sheet of the plans point by point to make sure that's on there. That is the responsibility of the applicant. And then once it comes to the BAR, it's also to a certain extent your responsibility to review it as you do for what you need in order to complete your review and make the findings.
So if I slice through all the bull crap here and we get to the point, and so basically what I'm hearing is that it wouldn't be it's not the onus always rests on the applicant, which is granted where it should be. I totally get that. I'm not gainsaying that at all. But if this is a continued problem, and it is, then why does it not make sense to have somebody at least do a minimal check to make sure that, you know, if you're looking for a grading and a topography plan, I'm not asking, I wouldn't be asking staff to, as you say, go through and make sure that, oh yeah, no, it complies and their calculations are good. I'm not asking for that, but could we at least check and see if they have one? Yeah, I mean, it's
Bethany, so this is not a decision that could rest with one
I
individual.
understand that.
The intake staff checks for general requirements, but it is the responsibility of the applicant to review and provide the information. And at the conceptual level, many times there's not even a planner assigned. And or it automatically gets scheduled.
Okay, so when you say, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to change the allowability and feasibility of an applicant to come in and do that first pass. I think it can be a very valuable tool to the applicant and the design team. And that's that, you know, I like to keep it. But when you say that staff checks for some general requirements, what are the general requirements? What are they checking for?
Bethany, I am not a counter planner, so I can't speak to
you can't say that.
And there are probably about 8 different counter planners, and I'm sure there is some level of continuity, but I can't speak to exactly what they look for. It's the same thing when we, as development review staff, get things that come in at the counter. There's regular application requirements that are non-BAR application requirements that then come to us that theoretically the counter would look for, but then when it comes to us, we still have to look for it. So what that means is, in parallel, there are still things that the BAR is going to need to remind the applicants that they need for their review. But my point is that I've heard probably dozens of times applicants say they didn't know that they needed to submit things.
Absolutely.
And I think it's
being
very
disingenuous at best and lying outright at worst. Yes.
And I think
agree.
there may have been some confusion on, you know, on the board and maybe even for myself of, oh, was it all there on the application? Did they really not know? So I went and checked and I went through, and no, it is on the application. And when most of these individuals are saying they didn't know, it's because they didn't look at the application. And so I think that it would be fair for us going forward to say, well, you need to, you know, in some of our comments, well, not to speak for you, but please be sure to review the application before you know, come back to us for all of your, topographic plan requirements, et cetera. So that's just one thing I wanted to mention because I think it will cut through a lot of that. If people are being disingenuous, we can just say, okay, let's look at the application.
Could you see, can you show us the, I'm looking in box here and I'm not seeing all the supporting applications. See, I see the bylaws, story pole guidelines, final handout. This is the submittal requirements for BAR. Let's see if it's in here. Is the supplemental sheet, if you could show us that.
Yeah, so
supplemental
if
sheet.
it's a live link that's from that application. So if you keep scrolling down, or I can screen share and I have it pulled
Okay,
up.
well,
but
let's see if I can get to the live link. That's
yeah,
findings
keep
for
going,
approval.
keep going.
This is submittal, so
There you
here's
go, keep going.
conceptual.
Yeah, see under
There it is,
map.
site plan and topographic map requirements.
Yeah.
It says it can't
Oh,
be read.
if you want me to share my screen, I can show you.
That's interesting. I got that on another county thing. Let's do this. Copy link address. I'm going to do this. Oh, yeah. There was a
Should I
typo
try
in
and-
plan dev web access.
Should I try and share my screen?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Leah, I might need some help. It says the host disabled participant screen sharing.
You should
needs-
be try it again.
Maybe it's because I'm joined on my phone and on my computer. Maybe that's why.
Oh, okay. Give me just a sec. Let me upgrade both of you. Both of your logins. Okay.
Both of me.
There we go. How's that?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you see it now? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So here's, I can scroll down as you can see what's required.
Okay.
And to be fair, I will say that as a planner, there are certain types of projects I will not necessarily require as much of this detail on, like for example, I won't always require, if they are getting close and showing the intervals at a slightly different than what this is requiring, but I can still tell what the topography is, I'll accept it, I'm not.
Well, I think one of the things that we're looking for, or at least one of the things that I'm looking for and would really like to see as we move forward is that there's a consistency, not only in our review internally, but that there's a consistency across the various BAR boards. And that means obviously, dovetailing nicely, a consistency in staff and how projects are dealt with at the staff level. Because if we have a consistency, then you don't get people who are, well, it's kind of like parenting. I had 4 parents and they banded against us. They were too smart for us. But in some cases, it was like you did know which parent you wanted to ask what request of, right? Because you knew which one was going to give you the better answer.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we go through this, do we always require on every site for them to identify the distance between buildings? And no, on every site, between every building, no. But there's a level of reasonability. But what this does show is that this is a pretty hearty list of things that are included on the application that you know, and some of these things are things that I've seen you guys ask for
Over
many
and over
times.
and over and over again.
And so I think this
Well-
could be a useful way to, you know, as you're giving comments, and if there's a lot of stuff missing, you can say, refer to this sheet on the application, you know, that's what you need to do. And it could potentially be helpful. And because sometimes you guys are,
Yeah.
you're giving a whole tutorial to them on what to do when, you know, they could probably just look at this, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
Sorry, I feel like I'm hijacking your meeting, but I just wanted you guys
You
to
are
know that
not. I just wanted to say, and I was, you know, I can often sound very tactless and adversarial, and it's not my intent. It's, you know, it's more a measure of frustration. So yeah, I mean, I get it, and you know, we're all trying to work for kind of the same thing. You know, we want to make this process work. We don't want to create busy work for everybody, and we want everybody, we want the applicants and staff and ourselves to be able to move through this process expeditiously and with some homogeneity, you know, so that it's the same for everyone. And so, you know, eliminating some of these differences. So like, could you scroll back up a little bit where you were looking at the buildings and stuff? And this is just kind of a,
Bethany,
yeah,
can I just jump in and also say, it seems to me that the basic information, you know, do they have a vicinity map? Do they have a site plan? These basic big picture things that you're supposed to have, not all this minutia. the
right.
big pieces, it seems to me would be appropriate that they are checked off when they come in. Check, check, check. They have all those big pieces. Do they have elevations? Do they have a floor plan? You know, not have they indicated all of the colors on their floor plan or anything like that. That
Yep.
would be detail that we get into when we are reviewing it. But the big stuff, I would think, would be very helpful and appropriate to be checked off. There's like maybe 10 things, you know, do they have those basic things?
Yes.
And I think that would be excellent if they could be done. And then, yes, we'll get into it when we do our review.
And I think you just cut through the chase and kind of got me off the minutia. I'm going to steal the screen back real quick. And
Yeah, so I just wanted you to know that we had those documents as
right.
tools
So-
to use.
I think, and this is to Cass's point. I'm just flipping through the, so this is triggers. Okay, so let me just scroll down here. So this is the actual application, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this is what somebody gets, as opposed to they get this as well.
They get that as well. Yes.
Okay, because this is for digital. Because of the
Well, so
COVID.
this is on top, this is, you know, that you have, they have to submit the application we were just looking at. And
Right.
then, and that is what they submit in order to get the case created, that and
Got
their,
it.
you know, and then they'll
to
submit
go onto
plans.
the VAR. Okay,
And then
so
the other
let's-
handout is to say, hey, we're doing digital. This is how you do
right.
that.
Okay, so I'm just flipping through the application. It's been a long time since I've looked at this. Okay, so this is findings for approval. Right. Okay, conceptual review. And so this is exactly, this is
Yeah.
a checklist. And this is, you know, when you were talking about, there's some general things that counter staff, one would hope that anybody working the counter on intake, whether they're substituting or they're the regular counter staff, that this would be kind of what they do. They'd look at this and they wouldn't just let the applicant check all this stuff off, but they'd actually look at it and they'd say, does it have a vicinity map? Does it have a site plan? Is there a topographic map? Are there conceptual building elevations? 2 sets, okay, well, any.
Right. Yeah. And so what I can do is I can take back to, you know, our staff meeting and my supervisor and say, the BAR is wanting to give the feedback to those taking in the plans to be sure and please, strictly enforce the checklist requirements on the applications for BAR, because we're finding that some applicants are not, coming in with all of those items.
Yeah, and it's actually quite a few applicants, and I would be shocked if this wasn't applicable across the board for the BARs. And if it isn't different, or if there is a different experience, say, I'm just going to randomly say NBAR has no issues with any of this, or MBAR, Montecito Bar, has no issues with this, then I'd say that somehow on the intake, there's something that's not quite right. Because, and also, even if it is just us, I think, that we need to be holding the same standard across the board. I mean, if one of the other BARs has said, no, we're not going to look at it because it doesn't have this, not that I'm saying they did, but if that's it, and now the applicants are like, oh no, you got to have that, MBAR, counter staff somebody might say to somebody, and it might even be counter staff, it might be somebody else who traditionally, in an architecture office, they lean over, oh no, you better get that vicinity map in there or they're going to kick it back. But, oh, it's CBAR, they don't care. See what I'm saying? So if the perception is that certain boards or certain bodies are more lenient or don't care, we need to change that perception. It needs to be consistent throughout the BAR, the county.
I think actually it might, I think, at least on a small scale, what I've seen is that areas where there are more do-it-yourself type applicants, which there are quite a few in the CBAR area.
Yes, granted.
And maybe less so in Montecito and South County.
Yep.
That's where we tend to see this as an issue a little bit more, because, in Montecito and SBAR, it's less of the do-it-yourself approach. And
sure.
So I think that plays into it, which puts a little bit more pressure on you guys.
Well, and then I think what happens is that, working on the counter, you might go, hey, these are a bunch of independent guys and they like doing sales themselves. And we might statistically get more people who are first timers, or one timers, I mean, I'm remodeling, I'm putting in a pool cabana. It's been my life's wish. I finally made enough money. I made it. I'm going to have a pool cabana and you want me to do all this crap? And people going, okay, well, maybe we'll cut you some slack. And you're enabling, we are enabling as the county, if we're doing that. There's a place to do it and it's not on the intake. I mean, it needs to be consistent across the board. And then we need to give somebody the ability then to make their pitch, because if we have everything, it gives us the foundation on which to do those discussions, to have those horse trades, to work with an applicant who's only ever come through once. And then we have a starting point that's pretty solid. We have something that we can already work with, and not to get caught up in the minutia. I think it helps those applicants, those one-timers, the do-it-yourselfers, whatever you want to say, motivated folks, of which I consider myself to be one, but that's kind of what can happen. And I think it gives us that starting point, if you will.
Cass, so this is,
I think we're kind of, these are required. We have to have these things to be able to review it. We cannot, they just have to be there. And if they don't have it, I believe, and I hate to be real tough on this, but if they don't have it, I think we should just send them back. Just say, sorry, we can't review it. You don't have everything here.
Well, I think
those are important for us to have, to be able to review it. And it's the requirement. And like you say, you're enabling them to, why should one get a cut and somebody else not? We have those for a reason. Same thing, like we need to know whether they have a planner or not, because things can fall through the cracks. It's also costing them money every single time they come. Then it's, you know, it's time and effort. And if we aren't able to do the proper review because we don't have all the proper information, then they're just having to come back and back and back.
Right.
So
Better to find out early on.
just do
that
this. This is the
it's-
way it's
yeah.
done. If you want to, you know, you can hire a professional to help you get it done quicker, or you can do it yourself. But you got to do the stuff.
Yeah, and that's a great summation, Cass. That's exactly what I'm saying. And quite frankly, I don't think it's right that the onus should be on any of the BARs to say, sorry, we can't review this. It's a huge disservice that it isn't caught at the first. The first hurdle should be at the submittal, you know, the intake. And if it doesn't pass there, it shouldn't be allowed to go down the line, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, I would just like to, you know, none of us are the intake planners.
No, I know, and I'm
we
not.
don't know their experience. So what I just want to say is that I will take this comment back. I will talk to both of the supervisors for the counters and make a general comment to staff that
I actually, that's not actually what we're trying to accomplish, Nicole, today. And it sounds like I'm coming down hard on the intake planners, and I'm using them as an example. This is more about the whole county together. It's all of us together. And I think, as the agenda stated, these are comments that should go to the joint chairs and be presented to staff in that format, and where we gain further input from other BARs and other boards, actually planning commission, et cetera, so that staff has a very holistic idea. Management has a holistic idea, because this is not something you can solve. And it's not something that I'm comfortable putting on you to be kind of our messenger, right? Because it's not your job to go to the supervising planners at the two supervisors at the counter intake and put all this on them, because that's not your job. It's not the process. It's not how the flow should come. It should come from the top. So I would prefer if you didn't go back, but rather if we can develop some comments that we would like to forward to the joint chairs and to joint chairs and to management in general, saying, hey, these are some things we've noticed. These are some possible improvements, areas where we think we could improve, but we by far, the CBAR does not know how everything functions on your end. We don't know how all these things are tied together. And so we're turning it over to staff in the form of management to say, hey, how can we approach this in a way that avoids these issues? And maybe we'll find some other things that are impacting that we didn't know about, because we're just seeing our very small part, our very small slice.
Bethany?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. First of all, I couldn't agree more. This really, and I appreciate the idea of maybe taking it to the counter people and things, but I completely agree that this is a much more of a top-down issue with other things folded into it. But I just wanted to get back to a bit of history about that BARs, that the reason there are different BARs now is because at one point in time, politically, the idea of completely eliminating the BARs was actually on the table. And so we came up with the idea of breaking the county into different BARs so that we could frankly maintain them and have BARs that reflected the communities that they served. Saying that, there was never any intent that the information provided by applicants would be different from BAR to BAR, but like you were referring to earlier, that there are certain things that are maybe more tailored to North County, and MBAR certainly behaves differently than CBAR does. And that was actually what the intent was. But there was never any intent in terms of the application to be vary from place to place, because that would make it unworkable for staff. So I just wanted to go back and sort of share that bit of history, because that's how we ended up with all these BARs.
Nicole, you had something you were trying to say?
Oh, no, I don't think so. But thank you, Puck, for saying that. That's, I think, a really important point. And I think that's why there were those special exceptions codified in the ordinance for NBAR, just trying to recognize the regional differences. And thanks for that comment.
Okay, so if we come back to this, and I want to say thanks, Nicole, for jumping in and taking on the questions right up front. I think the thing that I am getting out of this is that we want to convey to joint chairs and or management that we think that somehow or another we need to be more empirical in perhaps the intake process, perhaps even into planner review or wherever they think it's appropriate, but certainly the initial experience seems to be, we're inferring that it's not the same for applicants for all the different BARs. And we feel very strongly that there should be more of a deliberateness to make sure that that basic checklist is adhered to and is complete, that there is at least something in the plan set that addresses it. I mean, if anybody opens a set of plans and there's nothing in there that says vicinity map, then you ain't got one, you know, and that should be, okay, you don't have a vicinity map. I need a vicinity map. And so it's a few simple things. And so I think we'd like to capture that. Nicole, if you could.
Yes, I've got that down.
Okay,
I'll start
perfect.
a separate sheet of notes for transmittal to the joint chairs.
Okay. And again, I want to stress that this is not on you, and I appreciate your comments and your participation in this discussion, because we don't know the planning side because we don't work planning. You know, it's not what we do. So so thank you very much, and thank you for keeping track of the notations as we go through. Everybody, board, are we ready to look at here some suggestions for improvements? And there's some talk here about an information sheet, and it sounds like the applicants do get quite a lot we just looked at the application. And then this is talking about that there are many things that a particular BAR will look for. However, included are the 20 items that seem to be overlooked or misinterpreted most often by applicants. I think that personally, and then I'm going to ask everybody else what they think. I don't think that there's a lot of misinterpretation. I think it's people just overlook, including the vicinity map or a basic topo plan or a site plan, or I think they just aren't getting what's in there, what's in the application checklist. What's everybody else's thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, having filled out a number of these applications in the past myself, I think that certainly the basic requirements, like you just mentioned, the vicinity maps and things like that are obviously necessary. But I think some of the questions get into too much minutia, and I think it gets to be onerous, to tell you the truth, to fill out.
Can you give us an example, Lowell?
Well, if I, if I had the list in front of me again, I could refresh, my
Oh,
memory.
hold on a second. Let me go back. I'll pull
Okay.
up the app. So here's the application. You want me to start at the top?
Let's just go through the list of, well,
Okay.
there's one item on there that I'll just refer to. So it says, there's a misprint on here because it talks about going to the Los Olivos Board of Architecture Review, which is, and going to see Beverly Whitmore, who died many years ago. You know, this is that's just out of date totally.
Okay. About where in the application is it?
Well, I think you've already passed it. So go back,
Okay, so this is general information.
keep going up, scroll up, please.
This is the top of the app.
Okay, then start down, I guess, and we'll
Okay.
just,
Okay, so that's the submittal. So here's general information.
right, let's keep going down.
Okay. How revised exemptions. Okay, appeals.
Yeah, that's all pretty standard. I don't have a problem with any of that really.
Local architectural committees.
Okay,
Here, this
local,
is what
yeah.
you were talking about, right?
And if we go down one more, a little bit more right here,
There you
Los,
go.
number 2, Central County, number 2. That's not even in existence anymore. So maybe it should be, because I mean, it's hard to say, but Los Olivos is its own special historic little town, you know, and so there probably should be more nuances that would be considered in that little community as opposed to, say, Santa Maria. You know, it's like it just has its own so much history to Los Olivos as a stage stop, and the train came in there and everything, you know, so it's hard to lump that in with, you know, say Hope Ranch or whatever, you know, it's like, it's just a whole different animal. So I think that's something.
So what you're saying is, well, and it's like, used to be, wasn't there a kind of a review board for the businesses in Santa Ynez
Yes. Yeah. and
years
I
ago?
know- Yeah. And I think that's defunct as well. But,
Okay.
well, let's take example. Los Alamos has its own design standards. And I think maybe design standards should be developed for Los Olivos, maybe for Santa Ynez, for these little Old West historical towns that are so much different than anything else in the other communities.
Okay.
It's just hard to lump those in with, you know, in the
Yeah.
mix with everything else.
I think the issue here though is, what should be on here? Should there be something, the Los Olivos Board of Architecture Review? Should it just be omitted? I mean,
Well,
because,
at this point, it should be omitted because there is no board.
It should be omitted. And I think that's the kind of thing that is actually in here that Lowell's referring to, that the waters get muddy really quickly
Yeah.
when you're actually going through these applications. And I think there should be, I think it would be really important if we could do an overall review of these and see if there was a clearer way to have a much more sort of critical path approach where everything isn't all just mushed together, but you have like, these are the top 10 things that you have to do first off. Like, don't think about anything else, just do these, then proceed to this, and then this, and then you know, if you want your freebie BAR application, you can go ahead and do it at this point when you've done these things.
Yeah.
If you are a certain kind of, you know, if you're over a certain slope, if you're over this, like those hot button points, you're commercial, then you have to refer to this page. but somehow break out these little guys who seem to get swept away in the currents, never to be seen again. I just think we've got to make a clearer application for them. And I have to say, having worked in a lot of different municipalities, for the size we are, like, we're kind of right up there with Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, which is not a good thing.
Yeah.
So I would like to see some time put on that, but anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. But I'll just give you an example. Like in Los Olivos, you know, there's half of the commercial buildings have no curb, gutter, sidewalk, and half of them do. You know, so and it's I think in the past it's been there's been an effort to keep things rural and without curb and gutter and sidewalk, and I think that is, you know, maintain the charm of the community. And in my own experience, like I have a project going through now that's the roads department or transportation departments, you know, their demands make it sound like I'm building in New York or something. It's just not inappropriate for the community. So
Well,
I think there needs to be some more guidance in that from the county level. So everything
Well,
is
I'm
appropriate.
still looking at your local architectural review committees here, what's on the board, Lowell, and
Yeah.
it's interesting to me that P&D collects additional sets of plans and forwards these to 2 groups, but to no one else.
Yes.
And so I guess what I would ask of, this is more a management question, no, Nicole, but I would ask, why is this something that's done for some boards and not others? What makes them distinct? And if there is something that, you know, I mean, if they've registered with the county and they say, hey, Summerlin says, hey, we've got a board of review. We'd appreciate it if you send us a copy. And then they say, okay. And the county says, okay, well, that jives with our guidelines. You're not an HOA, right? So we're not going to submit to HOAs, but we'll submit to other local area VARs. And that could be how this came about, because they're not sending it to Hope Ranch, they're not sending it to Hollister, for example, right? So if Los Olivos gets their board together, or San Ynez gets a board together that isn't based on an HOA requirements, CC&Rs, but is just, you know, a local community board, and they say, we'd appreciate having a set of plans sent to us, then the county can say, okay, we're going to send these plans, but we're only going to do it digitally, because I don't see the digital requirement going away once we go back to in-person.
Right.
I think the county's going to keep the digital requirement because it's just a lot easier in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But and that's another question too for the board. The joint chairs is, what does everybody think about this digital requirement, and how's that going to work? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. But I would like to know how they determine what ones they're going to set a set of plans to, what ones they aren't, and then how do you determine who gets listed in here? And it should be homogeneous. And if you don't have a rule, then you should quit doing it. I realize we're trying to help people, but as evidenced by, you know, this is somebody who's not even contactable anymore, basically. So, you know, I mean, where do you draw the line? And it makes the county, I think it makes the county look kind of unprofessional, because now, you know, the applicant comes back and goes, oh, well, you know, they're from out of town. Somebody from LA comes in and goes, I called this stupid Los Olivos number. It's disconnected. and I've been trying to get a hold
yeah,
of.
so I think maybe we want to step back a little bit because I understand. So I think maybe the suggestion it is to the joint chairs is, do we want to collectively, as BAR chairs, the planning commission chairs probably don't need to be involved in it, review the BAR application and provide suggestions to staff?
Yeah, well, and
Just to pull this back a little
yeah,
bit.
well, but I think
be-
we should give staff a heads up about what questions we have. And because before I make a suggestion, I'd like to know, why it's on there. And
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is where you guys are going is you're going away from how do we want to
Yes.
run our BAR and comport
Yep.
ourselves and how we run our BAR.
and telling
you're
other
going
people how
into
to do their
giving
jobs.
assignments to planning staff, which is not really your role. So I think that what that turns into is actually going to the joint chairs with CBAR has these interests in maybe talking to staff about reviewing. And just so you know, there are various applications that we're already reviewing and simplifying. Like we've done that with our overall applications. And so this is something, that's happening. And so it's timely. So
Yep.
maybe the question is, does the joint chairs want to provide some feedback to staff on bringing the BAR application up to date? And then after that question is answered, then we get into the specifics of having that discussion, if that makes sense, because we haven't even gotten to the step of, do the BAR chairs want to take that step to provide comments to staff? So I don't know that we need to get into the nitty gritty of criticizing the contents of this application until there's a broader decision about, is there interest from the BAR chairs in giving staff comments? And
Well, then
working with
that's what I think. I agree with you, Nicole. I'm there. I think we should take a look at the application kind of in a slightly more detailed way and see what interest the BAR chairs have on behalf of their BARs, and also what staff feels about, redoing this, and perhaps it is very timely, as you're saying. I'm looking at the general submittal.
Because I feel like we're getting a little bit off on a tangent and doing an edit to the existing application.
Oh,
and
no, I agree. I don't think we're trying to edit the general application. I think what we're trying to do is look at how the application, what is the nexus for the application for these top 20 items, for the results of our experience. Are there a bunch of things that we keep missing? And how do we want to structure that conversation? These are kind of some heads up bullet points about, what we're seeing, and then what our inference is about maybe how they could be headed off, and why we think it's important to head them off, and then see what everybody else says, the other BARs and staff included, which is why we were thinking the joint chairs was an appropriate place to have this conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is everybody ready to kind of move on to this number 2?
Yes.
Okay.
We get
So
to 10.
I think we're all in agreement with that comments and requirements, that's something that we do need to be very distinct about. And I, for one, as the chair, have been trying to be explicit in, today, coming back to everybody and saying, hey, what do you think about this? Is this the hill we're dying on? That was my comment today. What's important, and is this a comment? Is this a requirement? And so I hope everybody is hopefully not too unappreciative of that as an attempt on my part. But I think that's kind of my comment. Does anybody else have anything else on this?
I would just say, just as a sort of a summary, is that, you know, we've gotten just to a place in our world where everything has just gotten really complicated, and it's just an appropriate time to go back through and just check everything, get stuff that's not even applicable out of there, and then try to organize it just like we do in our documents, where you have general comments that apply to everyone, and then you have specific comments that apply to the actual jurisdiction. So if we could, you know, think like that and try to not have every single comment on every single page, which oftentimes we get these days when we do plan check corrections, they want us to put these notes all over the place, when we know from our education that you only want to put it in one place and one place only, so that you don't have to chase it down and find it again.
Oh yeah,
So
insurance
anyway,
nightmare.
all I'm saying is that I think is what we're trying to do, and that our world has just gotten so additive instead of subtractive, and we need to just clean it up. So that's all I'll say about that.
Amen.
Yeah. Okay. So I
Can I
think
ask a
you're,
question?
yeah, Alan.
I've been listening to the discussion, and I have a question for staff. I can certainly understand where Nicole would think that it's not our job to direct staff and what to do. However, I do believe it's necessary to ask this question. Los Olivos, San Ynez, and I don't know how many other small places are legally not towns. They're census designated places. Is there an overlay map that the county has that shows what specific rules should be applied to them that are different than the unincorporated county as a whole?
I don't know that I understand that. Well, let me maybe try and answer your question. There are community plans for some areas of the county, and then there are some areas that don't have community plans. And we do have maps that show the areas of community plans. And then anything that is a incorporated city is not in the county and doesn't come to us for applications or for design review.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I think somebody said that, Los Olivos is a town. It really isn't. That's why it's under our purview. But my question is, do you think it's necessary for us to have that list that you said of what might be what I call an overlay of what Los Olivos needs in particular, and what San Ynez needs in particular, and that sort of thing?
Could I just weigh in on that for a minute? When the general plan has been updated for the San Ynez Valley, and I can't even remember, it was a while ago when the last update happened, and it was a kind of a fiasco. But anyway, long story short, there was discussion of trying to create community plans for Los Olivos and San Ynez, like was done for Los Alamos and Orchid. However, because of the population size and growth potential that existed in the other areas, the funding to actually create plans for Los Olivos and San Ynez, the idea was tabled.
As opposed to the San Ynez Valley Community Plan.
Yes. And so, these are just things that there are these differences that occur now, and again, they're not really under BAR purview, although I think as BAR members, if we feel this is my
I
personal.
disagree with you, Puck. I think that as part of this is not so much a disagreement as I'm outright disagreeing with you is that I wouldn't categorize it that way. I think under the San Ynez Valley Plan as an umbrella document, but that as Lowell was speaking to, each of those communities, Los Olivos, San Ynez, these little that range from what, as Lowell had mentioned, town-sized kind of communities, although they're not incorporated, to small pod neighborhoods. I think that's implicit in our findings, or at least that's how I read it. As far as neighborhood compatibility, I think it speaks to that directly. I think it is part of our purview. So
No, I agree with that.
Okay. All right.
All we can do is be advocates for design standards that may be more sensitive to particular areas. However, we're not changing what the policies of the Public Works Department is. And that's where applicants get stuck, is they may be in agreement with us, but they still have to deal with Public Works and
right. Who wants like curb and sidewalks, inches, tile, and yeah.
These things just sort of drag on for forever, and just things like drainage requirements are basically applied very, very unevenly from the grading and drainage point of view in the towns of Los Olivos and San Ynez. I mean, they just are. That's been my experience. And so, but I'm sort of getting off the track here. I think, Alan, I think there is a need for better design standards and clarity of what the expectations are from the community for the aesthetics of their towns. But we're not there. So
I absolutely agree with you. And I think what I view and have been, after being on many civic boards for many, many years, I view our job as twofold. Not only to take input from developers and people who are trying to build homes, but also give feedback to the supervisors through staff. And I think what you just said is an important item that should get back up the food chain. And I'd like to ask staff how that actually happens with some of the ideas that we're going to come up with and with the other bars are going to come up with.
So, yeah, so I think a comment like that's appropriately brought to joint chairs. And unfortunately, I am not an attendee at the joint chairs, so I haven't seen how the meetings run, but I do believe there's usually at least one, if not more, members of our management at joint chairs. Is that correct, Bethany?
Yeah, it is. And I think Alan's point is he's kind of got 2 points, if I'm inferring correctly, Alan. I think that what he's saying here is that in the normal course of business, there's 2 things. One is our comments today, we've already said we want to run them through joint chairs. But I think the overarching comment that Alan is making is there a process or a pathway for these kinds of planning or land use comments or comments about overarching plans, development review, those kinds of things? Is there a pathway for these to reach management or the appropriate party?
Yes, and joint chairs is the pathway.
Okay.
To reach management. But sorry, just to make sure I get your comment. The comment is that, well, let me know if I'm getting this right, that you support the creation of community plans for Puck, maybe you can help me with the.
I think we're talking about Los Olivos and San Ynez. There is one for Los Al, finally.
Maybe could we say just I don't know if community plan is too ambitious, but basic development standards.
Yes. Mhm.
I think we could.
Like architectural guidelines or something.
Yeah, and just like what Lowell was talking about, is infrastructure. Both San Ynez and Los Olivos are just a hot mess of infrastructure.
Conflicts.
And I would not use that language, but anyway, that's so I think that would be a really good starting place. So it doesn't really, maybe isn't as big an umbrella that would be scary budget wise as a community plan would be, but we could start with some real simple stuff and work our way up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like
Okay.
Montecito has their design guidelines. It's a much tinier document. So okay, so I have CBAR supports the creation of development standards / architectural guidelines for Los Olivos and
Can I
San
ask
Ynez.
Go ahead.
Lowell?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. So would that document be prepared by county staff, or would it be better prepared by a group of local citizens and then presented for approval to county staff?
So I may not know all the intricacies to this, but what you're talking about sounds to me like something that you'd be asking to be added to the long range planning work plan. And like I don't work in long range planning, but what I've observed is that when they do community plans or architectural design guidelines, they get what they do is they get a group of community members to be their advisory, be advisory to staff, and it's the community that creates the guidelines for the community plans and for the architectural guidelines, and it's staff that goes out and collects the input and synthesizes that into policies and into a document. So if this,
yeah,
so
Yeah,
if
I just think it's important to have community involved. And I think, maybe we find out the origins of the Los Alamos community plan, how they developed their plan, because, it's quite thorough, but it seems to have a lot of community input.
yeah, that's how these are all created. It's not the mind of staff, it's staff's role to just sort of try to get what the community wants and synthesize that into a document. And so it would be first getting these as items on the long range planning work plan, which is approved each year by the Board of Supervisors, and each year the different various board members have input on what they want to see as priority on that work plan. And what happens each year is there's a list of things that get on the work plan and a list of things that don't get on. And
if you read the San Ynez Valley General Plan Amendment that was created, 5-6 years ago, whatever, there's a lot of speech in there about talking about bringing on additional documents that would support that and get more detailed information. And I don't think that a lot of that has ever happened, and I think it's lacking. So that could be something that's looked at again, to just try and finish off the document so it's more specific when it refers to Los Olivos and when it refers to San Ynez. It's having these overlays, that deal with those two communities.
Comment, please.
Also, I'm sorry. Who was that? I don't mean to interrupt.
Is that Alan?
Yeah, it was Alan. Can I make a comment, please?
Yeah, sure.
I think from my personal point of view, I think I agree with everything that's being said. And I respectfully have a comment about what Nicole said. We're not, as I view it, I think we need to get some information before we get into the minutia. I wouldn't want to limit it just to, for argument's sake, just San Ynez and Los Olivos.
I agree.
But I also believe that we're appointed by the supervisors. We're not appointed by the joint chairs. And we're not appointed by staff. The supervisors appointed us. And until the supervisors buy into the ideas that we have of and why we want these things done, I don't think anything's going to happen. It'll get lost in the bureaucracy. So as we are appointed directly by the supervisors, I think what we should do, and this is my opinion, I think what we should do is respectfully put down as I reconstitute this in my own mind here, 4 or 5 things that we think are important, bounce it off the supervisor that appointed us, which is our right to do through staff, and see what their feeling is. Because if their feeling is they're happy with the way things are, nothing's going to happen. And it feeds right into it. We just heard that there's a lot of verbiage out there that's not being addressed or seems to be not addressed. So I think we should have a brief discussion about whether or not we want to do that, take that point of view.
Makes sense.
Well, I think it depends on which of these comments you're talking about. For the one that we're discussing at hand, which is, maybe you can let me know, besides Los Olivos and San Ynez, if you'd like me to state guidelines for areas within CBAR purview.
Well, I think it's more, it's not that anything is necessarily coming to us at this moment. It's more that we don't want to just say that this just applies to San Ynez and Los Olivos. That's just what we're thinking of at the moment, There could be other areas, even potentially that are not in the CBAR, that could benefit from this kind of an inclusionary, a less formal or expensive, bite the bullet kind of thing, but something that's more a little smaller scale and is a first step kind of a thing.
Could I say something here? Or go ahead, Nicole, if you were going to say something.
I was just trying to clarify, because I'm writing these as
I know.
notes. So I had that you support the creation of the architectural guidelines for Los Olivos and San Ynez. What should I put instead of Los Olivos and San Ynez?
Oh, I think Los Olivos and San Ynez is important. I would say that that it's not so much architectural guidelines, is that we support some kind of codified document that is kind of on the beginning steps that starts to identify these as their own identifiable communities. And we don't know how that would be expressed as a planning document, but the desire is very strong for some documentation of some sort that is part
It would
of.
it would be a community plan, or it would be architectural guidelines.
I think we leave that open, because I
Mhm.
think management needs to decide how that works. Any other thoughts? Anybody else?
Well, I've been trying to jump in here. I just would like to say that, when I first started on the board, I read the San Ynez Valley Community Plan. And there's a bunch of stuff about community separators, landscape, protection of the night sky. There's nothing in here that I found about architecture, about specific design, you can infer from this that, we want it to feel like the valley. We want it to feel ranch-like. We want to preserve the rural nature, but there isn't anything, just sort of generally speaking, about the architecture.
I think that was deliberate. I think they left it to us, Cass.
Well, okay, I just saying that I think that there could be some kind of a statement about that. If that was the case, then there should be a statement about it. But I think that a lot of the residences up, or all the I'll say the communities up there, have the same ideals. So I don't think that it would be, and you certainly could do, get real into the weeds and specific for each little, for Los Alamos, which of course has their own, for the various, Los Olivos, San Ynez, Buellton, Solvang, etc. But that each one can have their own. But without belaboring the point, I think, you want to have, again, the big picture, and then the big picture in terms of the environment, and then the big picture also with relationship to the built environment as opposed to the natural environment, and then get down into the weeds for each area. I think that's just all we're talking about here. And I think it is really important. I totally support that.
Puck?
I was just going to say that I think we've got some pretty good templates or jumping off points from the Gaviota Coast Plan and the Los Alamos Plan, both which had very active citizenry involved in the development of those plans. So with a lot of private input, with the staff sort of compiling it, I think we should just move ahead with that. And I think Alan's point of supervisors supporting it is really well taken. And I do think there are other issues that are sort of developing in the valley, like their transformation. It's all iterative, like Santa Rosa Road with the cannabis farms. You have one with chain link fence and razor wire, and then you have another with chain link fence and razor wire and guard shacks, and pretty soon and a sort of iconic road is no longer quite the same. So I think these are all issues that we need to find that pipeline to address, and that it is our responsibility as the Board of Architectural Review, and as the language states, it's not just about picking out the right door for a house. It's much broader than that. So I'll just let it go at that.
Okay. Can we go, I think we already dealt with number 2, and then we moved right on to something else that was kind of adjacent to it. Let's look at number 3 here, because there's more of this document to get through. So number 3 is the idea of a refresher for review board members as to procedure and purview of the board, maybe at the beginning of each year. So that we can kind of eliminate why a specific, why something applies to something or doesn't apply to another project and that kind of stuff. Any thoughts about that?
That's not a bad idea. I think that makes sense. We should everybody always needs a little refresher. And if it was, sort of standardized and didn't take forever, I think that'd be fine.
Well, and it could probably be structured along the lines of, here's the bylaws, this is what we do. And then here are the plans that are applicable to our purview. And a map, like Alan was talking about, that shows which plans apply to what areas. Which would be a helpful thing for every BAR member to have. And then at that 1-year review, it'd be a nice time to update, if there's been any changes through the year. What does everybody think about that? Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I don't think we were looking in for calcification. I think that's something we're supposed to be avoiding. I think it's supposed to be clarification. So the agenda for all BAR meetings should include the date and location of official posting by county staff. I think a lot of times, sometimes we don't always get the notification. Leah's been doing really well recently about making sure that, we get the box, the notification for box with the documents and everything. But sometimes, like, the appropriateness of whether staff pulls something or doesn't, and how that goes, it seems like if something becomes, as happened today, if something is going to be pulled from our purview, and there are occasions when that happens and needs to happen, I understand that. You know, but it seems like you shouldn't be kind of changing the public record retroactively. We should go with what we've got and then make a statement at the meeting, at the hearing. Any other thoughts on this? I'm just kind of wandering around in the weeds.
Comment?
Yeah.
I think it's basically twofold. I believe that there's a legal requirement to put that on the agenda of when it was, where it was posted publicly, and it could be online, or usually there's a place, someplace in City Hall they post it, and when. And then I believe that all of the items that are given to us by individual applicants, those are dated. Am I correct in saying that those are dated when those are turned in?
No.
Leah?
Oh, sorry. Not that I know of. We do have like a date stamp that the planners will stamp the plans with if they come in like hard copy.
Paper copy, right.
Yeah, but as of right now, it just goes based off of the time stamp that is received via box.
Right, because that's how the submittals are made, right?
Right.
Okay, let me ask you another question. And again, I have not seen one in quite a while. When they have a supervisors meeting, is it on their agenda of where it is publicly posted?
No, I don't believe so. It just all gets posted in the same public posting board in our lobby and outside.
And Leah, for my edification, what is the actual, again, I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry. What is the actual time frame of when something gets posted to when a meeting can actually start?
You're correct in the 72 hours.
Okay, but as somebody from the public, and again, we've had it happen here a couple of times. I would just like, and this is my personal opinion, I would just like to see it on our agenda of when these things get posted, so that we don't have to, when somebody comes in with something that is not appropriate for us to see, we can refer that back to that date, and we don't have to have the discussion all the time. But again, that's open to the rest of us to discuss.
So Alan, just quick question. What would that look like for you? Would you like a date to go under each agenda item, or are you looking for like?
No, all I'm looking for is this agenda was publicly posted X. And then that is the agenda that we stick to, and everybody else has to stick to. It just has to be a one line of when it's like, I'm looking at the agenda right now where it says the Central Board of Architectural Review agenda, and it gives you the meeting date. Somewhere underneath that one line, this agenda was posted, the location it was posted, which is the attorney to the city will tell you where that has to be, and the date it was posted.
Okay,
And
Alan, if you scroll under, okay, I'm looking at our agenda, and they got the notice, and then it gives us, and then there's a whole bunch of bullet points. And then at the very bottom of the page, it says the order of presentation after the chairman introduces the item is as follows, and it goes through all of that. And the last bullet point says, writings that are a public record under government code, yada, 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 yada. And that are distributed to majority of all of the members of the CBAR prior to the meeting, but less than 72 hours prior to that meeting shall be available for public inspection at, and it gives the address. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Or are you
yes,
looking
that
for
would take care of the where. I actually didn't remember that, but it still doesn't say when our agenda was posted. Theoretically, you could, I mean, again, I'm not saying what happened, but theoretically, you could give us the agenda the day of the meeting and say, just because somebody was on vacation or something happened, we wouldn't know whether there was a change from a prior one 72 hours in advance, unless it's date stamped. And my only comment is, if the rule is the agendas have to be set 72 hours before, I would just, and again, I'm just I'm just an alternate, but I would just like to see the date of when the agenda was officially posted. Just a one-liner. This, the agenda posted this date, whatever the date is. And I would assume it would be 72 hours or earlier before the meeting. That's all I'm suggesting.
So like, and I'll come back in a second and see what everybody else is thinking about this and how we feel and whether we want to do this or not. But so like it says Central Board of Architects review agenda, meeting date, July 16th, 2021, 9:15 a.m. You would like to say, maybe have something, this agenda was posted and then give the time, date and time.
That is correct. And then what that would do is I think that would alleviate the discussion we have for whether or not it's a legal agenda, which again, I don't understand why it's not posted. Every public agenda I've ever seen has it. And it would also get rid of my angst of not knowing exactly what I'm looking at when people show us drawings and things. Unless you, Bethany, ask people what you've done, is this what you gave people? A lot of times we tend to see things that have not been posted in the appropriate time. I just want something to fall back on.
Alan, this is Nicole. When you're saying agenda, are you talking about the agenda or are you talking about the agenda and all of the plans?
Just the agenda.
Because you were just making a comment that sometimes you're looking at plans and you don't know if they were posted.
Well, I think if you look at the screen, what I've got up right now, in box, Alan, it gives an updated so the 7/16/21 agenda.doc was July 12th, 2021 by Leah Graham. Now,
if I was a person in the public and downloaded that document, where does it jive in the document that's when it was posted?
Yeah, and I think that for me, it's starting to get a little off into as my job as the chair. It's not that I'm not concerned, it's that this is kind of creeping for me as to, and I understand you have a concern with it, but I just I can see ways around it, even if something was typed in there theoretically, and I'm not implying that staff would ever do this, but theoretically, it could be there. I mean, I am relying on the fact that, the Board of Supervisors hearing, when I download the agenda and I look at the agenda that they're using for online, if it doesn't jive, it's kind of like, I can have a question about it, but, I'm relying on staff to actually follow through and do it. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm comfortable with having staff do that. I don't know what everybody else is thinking. As Alan said, this is his concern. And to a certain point, I'm with him on it, but what's everybody else think? Hello, not everybody at once. Come on.
Well, Alan, are you looking at this from a legal standpoint, just so we're protected legally that the posting date is the same as what we're looking at?
That's exactly correct. And I think that's the only reason. I mean, if it's too onerous for staff to put the date, I mean, it's just my thing. I've never been involved in many of you knew what I used to do in another city, but I've never been involved in anything that an agenda didn't have a posting date. And I actually thought it was a requirement of the Ralph Brown Act, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay. Anybody else?
If it's not too onerous, I mean, I see where Alan's coming from, but this is kind of out of my bailiwick. So again, if it's not too onerous for staff, I don't see why it would hurt.
What do you think, Leah?
Can I make a suggestion? Because I think everybody's getting held up on this. Nicole, if you could do us a favor, can you ruminate about this with staff and get back to us at the next meeting on that?
Well, I guess this this is more Leah and hearing support's realm than my realm.
Why don't you add it to the
and-
comments
Just,
that,
put in our
that
suggestions.
put it in the note that's going to go to joint chairs, because hearing support's going to be there too. And just a question that you know, we're unclear as to whether this is a legal requirement as far as the posted date. You know, and we're not really interested in all of that, but would it be too much trouble to add a posting date to agendas, not just the CBAR agenda, but others as appropriate? And why or why not? And could hearing support maybe talk to county council and let us know what they think? Does that cover it, Alan?
Perfectly.
So the
Okay.
suggestion is that a date stamp be added to noting the time when an agenda is posted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got it.
To the actual agenda.
And again, just the date, not the actual time, whether it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's not important. Just the date that it was done.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Okay, so the next thing is the Sandy Nesview Community Plan.
You're still on the agenda?
No, this is that back lunch.
Hey, Robin, your mic's on.
Oh, thank you.
Hi there.
Hi. We're getting through it. We're on the last page.
Come on, Robin, your husband's hungry.
So regarding the SYVCP architectural style, new construction is lenient and open to any style as long as the review board finds that the proposed meeting criteria is followed. Cass, you were kind of speaking to this a little bit earlier.
Yeah. So this is just a, confirmation is that I think we've talked about this. It's just, getting into that of, kind of updating things and getting current with, what does the community want? And I think Lowell had mentioned about, or maybe it was Puck, I can't recall right now, about in Los Olivos, how some places have sidewalks and others don't, just pull all that together.
Yeah, and let's get a holistic viewpoint.
Yeah.
Okay, so SB 35 projects.
Yes, because we had one that came to us. So why, if we are reviewing it, or should we be reviewing it, or was it was something that the applicant chose to do? But we should know. We should know.
And not to be too specific, we don't want to speak about a specific project, but
But I mean,
yes.
just whether an applicant is going to come in on their own accord, and they're doing it because they want to do it, or if they're required. It should be clear that they're, what the deal is.
Okay.
And there's more laws coming too, so we need to pay attention. There's all these new regulations about housing and everything that's coming down the pike, so we need to be paying attention to that.
Okay, Nicole, you were going to say something?
I was going to say, so if I'm understanding this correctly, and I'm just going to kind of broaden it, is the comment that the staff for projects that are coming to the BAR for comments, but for which approval is not required, that the staff make sure that that's clear through a BAR memo or otherwise?
I think that's the first thing, but I think that's the most minor thing about what Cass can maybe elaborate. But I think what she's talking about here is that SB 35 projects are ministerial review. So if they're not required to come to BAR, is there an option for them, should they so choose to do so? Do they come to BAR? What does that review process look like? Because, and then do we want to see projects where it's comments only? And then, because there's a whole tree of questions, about that process. And then the other thing is, how are the transition projects dealt with? And then could we possibly be included when staff is determining how transitions occur? Because
What do you mean by transitions?
okay, well, for example, I don't want to speak to a specific project, but in the instance where somebody has there's a new law, SB 35, and now all of a sudden their project is can be they can make an application under the SB 35 state law, and so they change their project, and now it's a ministerial process and wouldn't come to the BAR, but they've already been to the BAR under the old permit, but it's semantics, right? It's just a different permit. It's not, but the applicant decides they want to come back to BAR, or staff decides, whatever. Anyway, it winds up coming back to the BAR, but it's comments only. How is that handled? And is everybody, are the BARs comfortable with that? Do they, is that how they'd like to process things? What's the nexus for talking about how all this happens? Is that right, Cass?
Well, I think for where we are right now, I would just suggest that we are bringing this up to, kind of highlight, and that I think my personal opinion is, I think it's really nice when a project doesn't have to come, but that they choose to because they want to get feedback from the community. I think that's a really nice thing for an applicant to do. They don't have to, but it's nice that they're wanting to consider what they might learn, which they can take or not take. So I think that that's just my own personal opinion, but I just think that we need to know when a project is coming, what the status of it is. If it is an SB 35 project and it is just to us for our comments, and that they would really appreciate our comments.
And I think Katie, building on that comment, Nicole, you mentioned whether it gets handled, how it gets handled. Is it handled on the agenda? Is it handled on the planner's memo? I think the answer is both, because I think members of the public need to be able to determine that this is a comment only. And I think for us, as I go through as the chair, as I go through and scan and figure out how my meeting's going to run, I need to know. I mean, the very first question, when I look at an item and I get ready to call it, or I look at an agenda for review, the very first question I ask myself is, why are we looking at this project? What was the trigger? Is it Hillside Ridgeline? Is it a design overlay? What is it? And that should be apparent on the agenda. And for most cases it is. Well, it used to be. It used to actually say Hillside Ridgeline. It used to actually say why it's here, and maybe that needs to be as part of the comment, a part of the project description. But there needs to be something in there that says, why are we seeing this project? And I think that's something that should be captured, and that's a good thing to highlight to the joint chairs. And
Okay.
Cass's comment, I think, is somewhat prescient, as she indicated. If there are new laws that are, and there's always new laws, but if we're looking at a whole bunch, and I would expect we are with the housing situation statewide, if we're going to see a whole bunch more applicable housing laws, I mean, what's that process look like, and how's that going to impact us, the BARs? We just kind of want to know.
I think if there's a, excuse me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think if there's a way that we can encourage these applicants to come to BAR, because it gives us the opportunity to maybe shape their project and make it better for our community, even though they're not required to. They can build pretty much what they want. But if we can encourage them to come, I think it's good for everybody. It's good for the applicant. It's good for our communities. So I think that's something we should try and encourage somehow. And I don't know how to.
Well, I think that's going to start to get into, and I'm not even sure this is an appropriate thing that'll get brought up in joint chairs, but then you start to get into on the staff side and administrative and budgetary. Do you give them a discount? Do you waive the fee? What do you do? How does that get what is the carrot, as you say, Lowell? And then you get into, well, if you do that, and maybe we'd love to have this situation, but then do we have a situation where we have a bunch of these projects that are coming through all at once, and our agenda gets clogged? I mean,
Well, the other thing is, what is the status of objective design standards? Does the county have objective design standards that they have developed with the community? I know I was involved for objective design standards for El Pueblo Viejo here in Santa Barbara, to come up with, when they come to the counter, how is this ministerial process work? So it's very important to have a set of objective design standards that covers the things that are important to the community. So that would be a question I would have, is what's the status of that? Do we have anything? And if we don't, is it on the agenda to get done ASAP? That would be a very important first step. And then, as Lowell says, if we want to welcome people to come to our to see us, so that we can have input too, if that would be possible.
So could you give me an example when you're saying objective design standards? Are these
have to be objective, not subjective. They have to be,
like a specific height limit, or
for example,
everything has to be stucco, or
we want everything to be, yes, that's a good example. And that it would be white stucco, or railings should be wrought iron, not wood, or just specifically stated what those items are that are no aluminum windows.
Okay.
Things that the staff can check off and say, yes, check, it meets these colors, that these are the colors that you can use.
So I'm going to add this to the item about, supporting the creation of, development standards, community plan, or architectural guidelines, and then this would be
they're
another
not
item.
the same thing.
No, I know, I understand, but they're both work items that are being suggested to be added to the long range work plan, essentially.
Okay, but could you please be very specific that this has to do with SB 35?
Only with SB 35?
Yeah, it's just SB 35.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me
because
do
it's
that.
a ministerial review. They come to the counter.
It wouldn't come to us at all. This would be a
Okay.
document for staff to use.
Yeah,
Not for us.
The counter, and the staff has the list, and they check it off, and they say, all right, you've got the wood windows, you've got the wrought iron railing. You've
Got it.
But it is related. I mean, it's definitely not the same as the development standards we were talking about, but it's like its first cousin. And
Yeah.
I guess the bigger question that I would send down the pipeline is, what is the criteria that staff is going to be using to make decisions regarding design on these projects?
That's exactly the question, Nicole.
Projects.
And
Yes.
if a project comes in under the SB 35 and there are no objective design standards, then there is no review. That's why it's so important.
So not to get into the weeds of what are those objective design standards, the first question I'd like to have answered is, what is the criteria in the current thought process that staff will be using to make these decisions?
So, okay, so I want to back up a little bit again, because I think our discussion today is supposed to be intended to be one about how the C-bar operates.
Yes and no.
Or comments that you want to take to the joint chairs.
This is a
And
comment for joint chairs.
Right. And so I think that this is a comment for that, well, I'm going to like put these together. So you can take them all forward to joint chairs or do whatever you want with them, of course. But I think that this is something that you would probably take this list of comments, bring this up at joint chairs, which includes management present. And so I think that's, I just want to be clear. I'm not going to go ask my department how they're handling this.
No,
and
no, no,
report back.
no, no.
Okay,
This is
okay,
this is
okay.
solely a comment that would go to joint chairs, and so the
Okay,
comment,
got it.
the phraseology of the comment, and you could group it in with the design guidelines or however.
I grouped it with the SB 35 because you guys were right. It was going to be confusing if I grouped it with the other one, and this makes it more clear what you're getting at.
And I think the gist of the comment is this: SB 35 projects are now ministerial, and there's two questions that we have. One is regarding pathways. Do applicants of these projects under ministerial review, is the law written in such a way that they can't even request BAR review? Or if they can request it, then what's the process look like? I mean, is that just a comment only? And, do we have some kind of standards? Okay. So that's one thing. Then the second thing is that these are ministerial review, and therefore objective design standards can apply under the law. And so does the county have objective design standards? Are they contemplating creating objective design standards? And can we offer some input? I think, does that capture it, Cass? And
I think that's pretty good.
Yes.
Got it.
So that's just to be succinct about. So those are the two things regarding SB 35.
Got it. Thank
And
you.
we hope they already exist.
Yeah,
they don't. I don't think
they don't.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, so the next one, number 4, there has to do with people who got final, but then had to come back.
I think this was just to be super, maybe we just all need to be more mindful to be sure that we get the right thing onto our final decision, so that it's in there, so that somehow it didn't slip through the crack and then they come back and then it wasn't written on the agenda, so therefore they had to come back.
Well, I mean, and that actually, some of that I think is on me as chair, or at least I'm accepting responsibility for some of that. And I think my job is to say to try and remember to say, how do we want to see this come back? And I think we have already taken a fairly progressive view in allowing applicants to say, hey, I really want to come back preliminary final.
Yeah. Well, it takes the village.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and that's one of the failure points.
You do a great job, Bethany.
Well, I don't know. I'm not 100%, but you're right. That's one of the failure points. The other failure point in the path can be with the planner and how they, and it may be that there's something, we've got human error, of course, which I am prone to at least as much as others, if not more. So then you have those. We have the, oops, it didn't get the agenda, even though BAR had said we want to see this preliminary final. The applicant was ready for it, but the agenda didn't list preliminary final.
So it's just more of a,
it's a housekeeping issue.
Yeah, we just hate to see that one, like, oh gosh. Yeah. So anyway, just
and I'm not sure that that's a note for the joint chairs. I think that's but if it is a note for the joint chairs, I think it comes under the heading of just making sure that there's a similarity in the way other BARs are conducting their business, and that we're all on the same kind of same path, and that staff is with us as well. I mean, if we want to, as a group of BARs, we want to say, yeah, we're going to give the applicant a little more determination in this. We'll give them the caveat about, you rushed too far ahead. It's not just because it says preliminary final, that doesn't mean that has to be the action that the board's going to take, right? So there's some general caveats that go along with this. But within that, yes, if you're feeling comfortable about going preliminary final, then yeah, well, then that's fine. Go ahead and do that. And then just making sure that on the planning side, that staff is ready for that as well, is that they're understanding that this is a general push on our part to try and move projects through and to facilitate our interactions with the applicant. And that, but if something comes up, remember the public comes in and says, hey, I didn't know this was going on for whatever reason. And now I'm really interested in the project and I've got some questions, or there's something on the land use that comes up,
Yeah, there are some occasions, I don't know if this is exactly what the comment is about, but there are some occasions where there could be a situation where, BAR is okay with it coming back for final, and
but
there's an
staff's not
issue
ready.
where staff it has some requirement that needs to be met that makes it not ready, or in rare occasions, maybe some unexpected thing comes up like you're talking about. Those are possibilities, but I'd say rare.
Hi. Everybody, dog is here. He says hello. So, okay, that makes sense. I think somewhat Cass is I think this comment, and I'm not picking on Cass, sorry. But this comment, is this kind of directed more at kind of the human error side of things?
Well, I'm just, it happened a couple of times, and I don't think we need to belabor it.
Okay.
It's something we can all just be more
aware of
and help each other and be sure that we've got the right thing and that we give it as much flexibility as possible so that we can move people through quickly if it's appropriate, that we've built in something like that. So just,
speaking
help folks out.
Speaking is one of the failure points. I have gotten a lot more comfortable with trying to be consistent in the caveat, and making sure that applicants understand the implications in cost. And, I know that not all owners are present at our hearings, but at least it's in the record that we did point this out. And, if we get into it and, now all of a sudden there's been a somewhat of a design change, or that something that wasn't apparent on the, the 1/2-inch elevations that now suddenly is glaringly obvious now that we've detailed it at 8 scale, it's like, no. So, it is so that, so that we're not, in essence, creating false hopes or expectations, as long as that's clear. All right, so I'm done with that. Additional comments. So this goes to what Alan was speaking of earlier, talking about getting things back to the supervisors. And with that in mind, we talked about, there were some things that we really would like. I think there's some things that we've talked about them and they've been contained in here. And they're on our agenda repeatedly. And I think we should explicitly think about as part of maybe at the joint chairs, but just on our own. I think we could probably come up with a really short list here of a few things that we really would like the supervisors to know of. And then, as Alan said, if they show no action, they take no action, they don't get back to us, they don't say anything, they're going to do what they want. But at least we've made our voice heard. And I think the first thing is the review of things, what things come to BAR. There are some things that, you know, that I've been on the BAR way too long, but there are a lot of things that kind of fall into this gray area.
Yes.
And I think a good case in point are cell phones and other utilities, things like power or you know, the PG&E stuff that we've had that are kind of similar to the cell phone stuff. We get a lot of those kinds of things. You know, we seem to get them in waves. We won't have any for a while, and then all of a sudden we'll have something. And I'm not sure, given the technological limitations for which are way beyond what we normally deal with, it would be handy if somebody would at least take a look at, you know, what we're looking at. And to a certain extent, that applies to the you know, temporary structures of all kinds, the like the hoop houses and
The containers.
and containers, things that are, you know, they just don't jive with what we do. You know, I mean, we're not experts on the requirements for those types of structures and uses, and asking us to weigh in on them when we can't actually affect the outcome aesthetically, because they intrinsically are what they are. You know, an antenna is an antenna.
Maybe
A
there-
windmill is a windmill. A hoop house is a hoop house. So we would like the supervisors to at least consider why we're looking at them, and if they can want us to continue looking at them, could they please give us a little insight into what it is that we are supposed to be reviewing?
Yeah, and perhaps maybe there's a different process for those so that we can at least be aware of them, or just see them, but not go through the full process like we would do normally, but just to be aware of them. And you know, maybe like,
Well, we have what I kind of call the here again, not there, and that's with the second units. I would add the SRUs to this, the 1,200 square foot units that are here only for the BAR to look at. And in fact, I think the law says that, or the way that county's requirements are written, it's only supposed to be the chair or somebody appointed by the chair who is supposed to review the project solely for conformance with existing buildings as to style, color, and that you don't need us to do that. You really don't need us to do that.
well, I'm thinking of one instance where we were able to mitigate the project by helping with some landscaping. So
Oh, I can think of lots of reasons why we should see them in a full board setting. But they're just like SB 35, they're ministerial. They're not supposed to come to us. And so my point is none of this half-assed. You draw me in and ask me to give you my opinion, but I can't comment on anything but the color and whether the style matches the other building. It's like, no, you know, now when they come in as, you know, Cass, maybe part of what you're alluding to is the fact that sometimes they come in and they're not a part of our review, but there's a main house and there's barns and there's garages or there's other structures, and it's how does the site planning work, and how would you do? Yeah, that's totally within our purview, and I get that and I appreciate that, and I have no problem looking at that, but it's very uncomfortable to have us comment on color and style and materials for conformance. I mean, literally just for conformance. That's all it is. I mean, you're telling me that you need one person from this board to go, yeah, that's the same color.
right.
I
Well,
mean,
I really like Alan's suggestion of you know, getting a little list for the supervisors. I think he's right on.
well, this is, and the reason why I'm saying this is this would be my number one item on that list.
Right. Okay.
And I'm just saying, look, my number one item would be review of these things. utilities, including, for example, but not limited to cell towers, wind turbines, solar, all that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't want it excluded completely, because when it's a part of the and I don't mind looking, like I said, at the ADUs or SRUs or whatever you want to call them, that are exempt. I mean, I have no objection to them being on the plans and seeing how they work as a site plan, but to be asked whether this conforms in color and materials is kind of ridiculous. You really don't need us to do it. So why create the extra work? And I just like some direction, and that carries over into the SB 35 and the hoop houses and all the rest of that stuff. Does anybody else? I mean, does that kind of jive with everybody else? Does anybody have any other comments on it?
I think you nailed it, Bethany.
And Cass, I didn't mean to cut you off, and I do appreciate what you're saying. It would be nice to have a pathway for some of these ministerial things to come to us. And I just don't know if the way.
I'm good at just making a comment. I think we've covered it.
Okay. Well, I mean, and I'm with you. I just don't know if the law, because the law, according what I've been told in the past, and I could be misinformed or misremembering, but what I've been told in the past is with regard to the ADUs, we're not supposed to say anything. We can't. We're constrained. This is the best they could do, and it's like. And then but the applicant often, and I can remember instances where the applicant wanted us to comment on it. And then sometimes we have a staff member who says, well, you're not allowed to do that. So it's kind of like, well, there should be a pathway, it seems like there should be a pathway. And if we can provide that to an applicant who wants us to review something like that.
No, I believe that is allowed. I mean,
okay.
It can be up to them. I mean, Nicole, they can check into that, but I believe that is their choice, but they aren't required to. And that it's for the AUD.
Oh, okay.
Not the ADU. The ADU is the granny flats, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, so it's great when they do, and we should, I think, encourage them to.
Okay.
And I like the idea of maybe, cutting them a break as far as the fees or whatever's involved, since they're spending their money and their consultants and their time to come to us, then I would think it would be appropriate to, cut them a favor.
Well, the problem is, of course, on the other side is staff time. How do you pay staff? If it's part of an overarching other project, you can kind of wiggle a little. I mean, there's some wiggle room there, but if it's just the AUD on its own,
well, I don't know, but that's something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but that's kind of what I was saying is, that's a larger question for staff and the supervisors, quite frankly. But it's just a question of, is there a carrot available?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that for me, my second most my other comment, I guess, for the supervisors and for anybody else, is this idea of that all the BARs and the planning commissions and that we're all doing the same thing, and that we're all aware of what everybody's doing, and that this is the approach, and we've all agreed that this is the approach we want to take. For example, making sure that the intake process is the same for all the BARs, that and that the review for the BARs is the same, so that all of us are saying the same things. And we went a long ways towards that with that whole thing. Order of presentation after chairman introduces the item is as follows. That was great because it's there. The applicant can see it, members of the public can see it, and the board can see it. And it's helpful for me because I see it every time, and I think, okay, this is how I need to run the meeting. I need to remember to do this. But that we're all doing the same thing. And then slightly in the more finer grist of the mill is that are we all going to offer people? Are we all comfortable with kind of speeding this process along and saying, you know, if an applicant requests preliminary final, if they're, you know, if we're on the fence or if we're a little, can we go ahead and say, yep, you can do that? I mean, what's the comfort level on the BARs? Is everybody in the same comfort zone? And you know, where's the line, you know? Because a lot of projects are just not, you know, we've all had people, we've all remembered projects where somebody comes in and says, well, I want to go to preliminary next time. And you're like, you haven't even finished. We have way too many questions and you don't have the documentation. And so we can't even answer whether this is ready for preliminary because we just don't know. We don't have the background information, or your set is too disjointed. And so we can't even understand it. I mean, there are, you know, some signposts for minimums that are somewhat objective, but are still, you know, I mean, so that everybody's all in the same place, and so that anybody's, if as a professional, I can go to M-bar, C-bar, S-bar, and to a certain extent North Bar, and have exactly the same experience. That's kind of my goal as a chair. You know, that everybody essentially has the same kind of an experience, and that, you know, are we all ready to kind of move that forward? Anybody else's comments?
I think you've captured everything.
Okay. And then there was kind of, we did stray a little, and it was, I think Lowell actually put his finger on it when he was talking about the fact that very specifically, there can be, and now we're straying out of things that are kind of not necessarily BAR per se, when he was talking about, and this is potentially something for another discussion, but I would like to see it noted, at least going forward to joint chairs, is that a lot of times we get back, you get back plan check comments, and there are requirements to put text in this location or in that location, and then duplicated on various pages, and there are reasons, there are insurance reasons, there are professional standards reasons, there are ways in which things get done, and there's a little bit of a disjoint. And I think what happens is that as professionals, we just got to get this through and we do it. But it can lead to some really messy documentation. Lowell, is that kind of what you were talking about?
Yes, it is. And I think overall, I mean, I know this is something Cass touched on about an hour ago, but I think, you know, less is more, I think, in the whole review process. You know, it just gets so cumbersome. And I think there's just a lot of duplication by plan checkers and things, you know, and I think it can get daunting. And I think if we can make the process more user-friendly, then I think it's going to benefit everyone. And there's a lot of projects that just don't bother getting permits because it's just insane to try and get a permit. And so I think if we can make the process more friendly and easier to get through in an overall perfect world, you know, then I think it would benefit everyone.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a good place to kind of wrap this up. Does anybody else have any other comments they want to make?
No.
So Bethany, what I'm going to do is I just, you know, wrote notes from this discussion separate from the minutes, and I'm going to give those to Leah along with the minutes, and I'll let you guys handle it how you want. If you want to,
To everybody, do we want her to include this within the minutes as part of our discussion, just the notes?
I don't think it's necessary, but I'll let everyone else comment.
Yeah, I don't see it in the minutes, really.
Yeah, so right now I just have it as a separate document that I'm thinking Leah could also distribute to you guys for review.
Okay, then my question is maybe rhetorical, but how does this get transferred to the joint chairs as something that comes from the whole BAR as a whole? If there's
Well, I would
no official written.
Well, I would
approved-
assume you guys could look at these and, well, Leah, jump in if I'm wrong here. Sorry, but could look at these in between when you get them and the next meeting, and then give me edits to these, just like you do the minutes. And then that document could be transmitted to the joint chairs, or we could just give it to you even, Bethany, to take with you to the joint chairs meeting.
I think we should look at it. I think we should get a copy of it and that everyone should take a look at it.
Okay.
And, you know,
I agree with that.
Here's my issue, and maybe it isn't an issue at all. I believe the next joint chairs meeting is July 26th.
Yeah, Bethany, I think that's correct.
I also believe that there hasn't been a third one scheduled and may not. This is the first one we've had this year because it kept getting canceled or postponed. And so with the fact that I feel very kind of uncomfortable because, you know, I don't know when the next joint chairs is going to be after this July 26th hearing.
well, can't we, let's get the copy. And when we get the copy, everybody hopefully can take a look at it and do your best. That's all we
Why
can do.
don't,
There's nothing more.
why
we-
don't,
Well, then we walk our own board.
yeah, why don't I just read them out to you guys right now? There's
Thank
11
you.
of them. And then you can, sorry, I know everyone wants to go to lunch,
I
and then
would-
they can be done.
I don't, I think, I don't, this is a lot of information that we have gone through. It's very important, and it's really important that, you know, I'm sure you've done a tremendous job, Nicole. I don't know.
Well,
how you
let's
do it,
have
but I
Nicole
think
read them.
everybody needs to take a look at it separately. My brain is a little fried right now. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I would really like to just see it. And then I can go through it and make my comments and get them back to you. And then you can figure out what you want to do with it from there.
That's not going to work for me.
Okay.
Because there's a bunch of you guys. So we either need to continue this to a meeting where you're all there and you can collectively tell me what you'd want, or I think we need to look at them now.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose that Nicole read us what she's got. If we're all pretty comfortable with it, that we go ahead and forward it to staff, being Leah and David and hearing support, and ask them to kind of add it to the joint chairs meeting if that's possible, because we're not within the 72 hours, so we should be able to add it. And then but if that's not something that the entire board, and I mean the entire board, CBAR, is comfortable with, that we go ahead and then have Nicole type them up. And regardless, we have Nicole type them up, and we just skip the step of forwarding them right now to staff, and we wait and we go ahead and just proceed with having her type them up, which we're going to do anyway. And we'll review them alongside the minutes at the next hearing, our August meeting. And we'll make our emendations or whatever it is we need to do at that time. And that document also be forwarded to staff and perhaps even to the full Board of Supervisors, just to let them know what's going on. As appropriate, we'll ask staff if they feel that's appropriate, and then we can move forward. So is that okay with everybody? We just have Nicole read them right now and see if we're all in agreement.
And I can screen share them
Okay, do that.
too, like we do, so you can move ahead.
ahead.
If you guys want. Okay,
Grab
let me
the
try and
screen.
do that. Okay. 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 So
And then, and then, like I said, if we're not comfortable at this point, we can go ahead and we can just kind of table it to just omit forwarding at this time and forward it after we've made our reviews. Does that work for everybody?
Do we know, Nicole, do you have any idea about where all the other design review boards are with this stuff? Has everybody else already done this, and are they already complete, and have they already sent it in?
This is a CBAR only discussion that was initiated by you guys. So this is just your thing.
You know what, Nicole, can I jump in really quick?
Oh, sorry, maybe I'm wrong.
No, this is the only board that had like a major discussion that was actually on an agenda. But they did have the chairs from the other board collect their concerns from their board members, and they've already put their discussion topics on the agenda. And David does need any topics that you would like to be added to this upcoming joint chairs agenda to be sent to him ASAP, because he's looking to finalize the agenda relatively soon.
So did they have, was that, sorry, was that something that you do every time for joint chairs, or is that just this time?
No, I believe that, and I don't run the joint chairs meeting, but I believe that David sends an email to the chair and vice chair just asking for their availability, and then also asking for any issues that have come up during the meetings or any concerns that they may have.
He asks us to suggest topics.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think Leah, am I right? This is the only board that had this level of discussion, but that the other boards were pulled for topics. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have not, just everybody, I have not submitted anything to David, and I could do that too. I mean, I can codify some of these and take them to David. I could submit them just as the other chairs have. But if we can put together a document right now, I would prefer that.
I just read these now. I think they look pretty good.
Here, let me scroll to the rest if everyone's okay with that.
Nicole, you're awesome.
I was hoping that everybody would be okay with it at this point.
I think it looks good if everybody else does.
Yep, I think that this can move forward. And then Nicole, I do want you to go ahead and bring this back when we do our minutes. Unless we want to make a motion, and we could cover ourselves right now and just say that this looks good and we're comfortable with this, and somebody can make a motion and we can second it, and then this can be what we officially submit. And then we just don't even deal with it in August. Is everybody?
I will make that motion.
Okay, I would second. Is any further discussion? Anybody have any comment on that plan of attack?
Anybody still there?
I'm here. I think
Everybody awake? Or are we all in low?
sorry, I was between
diabetic,
lights.
low blood sugar coma.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm on
well,
board.
I made them, Cass made the motion. I second it. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I need one more aye in there. I heard Robin and me and Lowell. Is there anybody else? Nope, that looks like it. Cass, you said aye?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. All right, so the motion carries. Let's go ahead and send that forward to Nicole. Go ahead and forward that to David and CC Leah. And then he can put that on he can figure out how to put that into his agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, everybody. You're troopers. I'd like
Thank
to make
you.
a motion to adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. See you guys later.
Good
Thank you.
job.
Thank
Enjoy the weekend,
you.
everyone.
Good job.